Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the fourth meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Commerce and Labor. Ms. Rowe, please call roll.
Senator Lang. Senator Stone. Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Here.
Assemblywoman Kasama.
Here.
Assemblywoman Marzola.
Present.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Here.
Assemblywoman Torres.
Here.
Chair Spearman.
Thank you. Please mark the chair present once she arrives. Thank you, everyone, for being here with us this morning. Before we get started, I do have a few housekeeping remarks. First, I would like to remind everyone to please silence all your electronic devices, especially cell phones and laptops, during our meeting. For individuals on Zoom, please be sure to mute your microphone when you're not speaking to minimize background noise. In addition, for Zoom participants, the chat feature is only to be used for technical assistance with broadcasts and productions. It is not to be used for any other communications. The committee's meeting materials can be found on the Nevada Legislative website. You can also sign up for the electronic notifications related to any activity on the committee's website. If you wish to testify in person, please sign in at the table by the door and leave a business card. If you do not testify, you may also want to sign in so there is a record of you and who you're interested in a particular topic in the event the committee needs to contact you later. When testifying in person, please turn the microphones on to speak and speak directly into the microphone. Please turn off the microphone when you are not speaking. We have listeners and viewers in Carson City and online. We are recording this meeting and it will be available on the legislature's website. We will have public comment period at the beginning and at the end of our meeting. Public comment is limited to 2 minutes per speaker. In addition to testifying in person, members of the public may provide public comment in 4 different methods, all of which is listed on the agenda. You can provide public comment by calling 888-475-4499, then entering meeting ID 867-0375-6680, and then press pound. Emailing comments to clinterim@lcb.state.nv.us. You can also mail in your written comment, and you may also fax to 775-684-6400. You can find the phone and fax numbers, email addresses on the agenda as well. We will be taking a 30-minute break for lunch, probably around noon. With that, we will move to public comment. Is there anyone here in Las Vegas who wishes to provide public comment? I don't see anyone. Is there anyone in Carson City who wishes to provide public comment? Please remember to state and spell your name for the record, and you do have 2 minutes. You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Jay Cafferata. It's spelled C-A, F as in Frank, E-R-A-T-A. I am a third-party provider for cultural competency trainer for healthcare providers in the state of Nevada. And I've already submitted my written testimony, but I wanted to reiterate a few points. Number one, I would like to say thank you to everyone on the committee for your public service, because not everyone knows how difficult that is, but in my family, we'd like to honor that. Also, on the eve of Memorial Day, I would like to thank again all the people who have served, will serve, or have served in the military. So my comments revolve around the idea of patient protections. These laws were created in many sessions, And unfortunately, the new proposed regulations do not follow the letter of that law, and they seem to undermine all the laws that have been passed in this last several sessions. So again, I've submitted my written testimony, but again, I would like to emphasize that patient protection is our #1 goal. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. You may begin when you're ready.
Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, Sena Lloyd, Director of Public Policy for Blockchains. That's Sena, S-E-N-A, Lloyd, L-O-Y-D. Thank you for hosting such an important educational and informative session today on emerging technology and artificial intelligence. Without proper regulation, emerging technologies, we risk perpetuating the same power imbalances that plague our current digital infrastructure. As we progress into the digital era, it is necessary for comprehensive legislation that supports privacy-enhancing technologies. This effort transcends mere advocacy for individual rights. It is about forging a future where the principles of personal autonomy and security are central in the digital realm. Your role as legislators of the Joint Interim Standing Committee is crucial in establishing a just and equitable digital environment for Nevadans. Moreover, legislation can act as a driving force for innovation in Nevada by nurturing an environment that encourages experimentation and collaboration, and you can stimulate that development of technologies that empower individuals and protect digital identities. Blockchains, Inc. is a company advocating for policies that recognize the value of AI, digital identity, and social experience technologies to empower individuals to own, control, and monetize their digital identities and personal data. Guaranteeing AI's ethical use is paramount for ensuring that an individual is at the center of the experience, and an individual's data should not be exploited and used without an individual's consent. Our AI technology represents a paradigm shift because it is built with a privacy-first mindset and works solely for you, not corporations seeking to profit from the data that you are sharing. The premise of our AI is to use as little data as possible to customize, streamline, and enhance your experience. Thank you for your attention to these critical issues, and we look forward to continuing collaboration and education efforts to ensure a secure and equitable digital future. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is, good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ecenthio Marini Jr. That's ESCENTHIO MARIGNY Jr. I am representing High Sierra AHEC. I am the DEIA Plus Engagement Specialist. For High Sierra AHEC, I'm here briefly to talk about cultural competency. So High Sierra AHEC has been a very central supporter of NRS 449. We have had concerns with some of the proposed regulation. I am here to say that in the last few years, we have successfully implemented cultural competency training to over 900 participants. I would also like to flag that I have submitted written comments, so I'm just going to go over some finer points here. As an organization, we believe in health equity. We want to develop the healthcare workforce for the state, but a key part of that is we believe implementing and maintaining the integrity of cultural competency training. We recognize that there have been concerns about the length of the training and the cost of the training from various practitioners and facilities, and we recognize that some of the proposed regulations are in response to that. On our end, we want to say that we have constantly tried to be flexible in maintaining the law as it stands, well, not flexible in maintaining the law, pardon me, flexible in implementing the training to practitioners and facilities while maintaining the integrity of the law. We recognize that things are changing, and we want to meet that change by being flexible, but also maintaining the patient protections. So I want to be here today to state that for the record, that our organization is here to talk to legislators and those in the space who are interested in protecting patients, maintaining the integrity of the law, but also thinking of ways that we can develop new modes to make it more affordable and flexible for those who are mandated to take the training. And I want to thank you for your time today. Oh, pardon me, and also if you're interested in talking to our, reaching out to our organization, in my written comment, I left our information there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for being with us today. Is there anyone else in Carson City? You may begin when you're ready. Please remember to state and spell your name.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity for public comments. My name is Sandra Richards, SandRichards. I live at 333 Ski Way in Incline Village, and I am a condominium owner in the HOA of Skiway Ridge. There are 100 condominium associations in Incline Village. I am also a part of a coalition for Incline condo owners. And why this coalition was put together was because of the non-renewal of home insurance, the reduction of coverage with the escalation of rates that has now created the insurance crisis. In my own condominium association, my HOA monthly rate has gone from $600 to $1,700 a month. And part of that is an assessment. So there is huge concern about insurance, not just in the basin, because this is not an Incline Village problem. We are not in a vacuum. And what happens here will have rippling effects that we don't even understand at this moment. The work of you, our lawmakers, is critical now. We need you. You are important. The coalition maintains the following. The insurance crisis here will devalue Incline Village real estate. It will slash tax revenues, impacting Washoe County at large. It will destroy community identification and limit ownership to a narrow profile. It will negatively impact tourism, negatively impact generational wealth, and it gives...
Ma'am, you've reached your 2
I'm
minutes.
sorry. Thank
Can you
you.
just wrap it up? That's okay.
Thank
If
you.
you can please submit your
Okay.
statement
Okay, I'm very
to
sorry.
the secretary there in Carson City.
I'll leave
Yes.
this paperwork here. I'm very sorry. Thank you.
Then no need to apologize. Thank you for being here today. Is there anyone else in Carson City who wishes to give public comment?
Hi, good morning. My name is Patricia Proctor, Patricia, last name Proctor, Proctor. I am a retired educator. I also live in Incline Village, and I am on an HOA board and a property owner in that HOA. And it is a very, very significant insurance crisis that we are facing in our community. We have many elderly and people on fixed incomes. We also are known for having a lot of wealthy people, but we have a lot of people who don't fall into that category. We are facing no reasonable options as an HOA board in order to continue our property insurance. My own board has been informed that it is highly likely our policy will not be renewed come November. Many other HOAs have already been canceled. Some have been forced to not even have insurance for periods of time as they struggle to find an option. If you don't have insurance, you can't obtain a mortgage, which is significantly beginning to impact home sales. If people can't have insurance, they're going to have to sell their homes, both in individual homes. Our fire district, the North Lake Tahoe Fire District, has the highest rating. We actively do everything as a community that we can every year to mitigate our fire risk. We are involved with a program called FireWise certification that many of the HOAs are working on. We need options. We need you to act for us now because this really is a crisis. I spoke with someone, or I communicated with someone named Mark Garrett. He's the property and casualty chief. He was absolutely unaware of what was going on when I spoke with him. So I really, really want to get the word out and would appreciate everything that you can do to take this crisis seriously on our behalf and make steps so that we do have options for property insurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in Carson City who wishes to give public comment? You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. My name's Doreen McDaniel, Doreen McDaniel.
We can't hear you, so you may not have your microphone on.
I have it. Let's get closer. I've never done this before, so. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Doreen McDaniel, D-O-R.
We're having a really hard time hearing you. Can you maybe change chairs? Thank you.
How's this?
A little better. Just make sure to speak right into the microphone.
Okay, my name's Doreen McDaniel, Doreen McDaniel. I'm here to just express a personal experience on this insurance crisis, which really truly is a crisis for many of us. I've been paying insurance for the last 40 years, all premiums on time for up to 5 homes, perform regular maintenance. I'm compliant with defensible space, with certifications from the fire department, and in addition have removed lots of other things that I think, in addition to what the fire department requires, I have removed from my property. It's not as aesthetically pleasing as it should be, but I'm doing what I can to protect my property and my family. I do other things to make sure that when I leave the home that everything is okay. I've installed water detection systems. I get my roof inspected every year. And I've even had to agree in one case where a policy did not come together that I would replace my perfectly good roof because one of the insurance carriers said that it had to be at least, it could only be 15 years old. So in 2020, I had a failed reverse osmosis system in my house in Arizona. And because of that and the fire risk, I received last month a notice from my homeowners that my homeowner's policy was going to be canceled as of July. And after spending the last 3 weeks on the phone with every broker imaginable, I was left with 2 options, either to sell my home that I want to stay in my forever community. It's not just a forever home, it's a forever community. Or spend the next 15 months without insurance on a $2 million home. So luckily last night, out of the blue, I received a call from a broker who told me to reach out to one other person. And so at the end of the day last night, only because my husband and I have credit scores over 850, which is probably not most people's scenarios, I received the opportunity to get coverage at 64% increase in premiums for the same coverages, 100% increase in my deductibles. And all I can say is...
Ma'am, you've reached your 2 minutes. Can you wrap it up?
Yes.
And then you can also turn in your written statement.
Okay, so all I want to say is that we insure our homes for peace of mind, not just the property. It's for our safety and for our futures, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in Carson City wishing to provide public comment? I don't see anyone. Broadcast, is there anyone on the phone?
Thank you, Chair. We currently have no callers to provide public comment.
Thank you. There will be another public comment period at the end of the meeting, or you can submit a written statement, which will be added to the record. Please submit your written statement no later than 48 hours after our meeting. Our next item in our agenda is approval of the minutes for the meeting on April 4th, 2024. Members of the committee, are there any questions regarding the minutes? I don't see any. I will accept the motion to approve the minutes of the committee meeting on April 4th, 2024. So moved. Second. I have a first from Chair, and I have a second from Assemblywoman Kasama. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Go ahead, Assemblywoman.
Oh, I was just going to let you know I'm going to abstain since I was not here.
Thank you. One more time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. 1 minute recess.
And we are back in session. I want to thank our Vice Chair for standing in for me while I tackle the orange cones and the orange barrels and all the other things that are expanding our roadways and teaching some people to pray and others to cuss. But anyway, thank you for thanks for taking over. So we're going to go now to agenda item number 4, presentation on artificial intelligence, its trends and best practices for regulating potential risk. Okay, and just want to say I was in Palo Alto a couple of weeks ago up with Google and some other folks looking at AI and some other legislators across the country. So I am happy to hear what you're about to give us. Okay, so please begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Hillerby on behalf of Google today. In a moment, I'll let Addie Cook take over because she is the expert in this, but we want to thank you for the opportunity to present some items for you to think about as you consider AI. We know it was a popular subject in legislatures across the country this year, and it will certainly be when we reconvene in February. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Good morning, Chair Spearman and Marzola, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the use of artificial intelligence in state government. My name is Addie Cook, and I am the Global AI Public Policy Lead for Google Cloud. In my role at Google, I wear a few different hats. As my title suggests, I support our legislative engagements around the globe, including across the United States, and particularly in the EU, where there is a hotbed of AI activity happening. But my role truly is to support our product teams and our customers, including in public sector, who use our products. When I began this role 3 years ago, I was given the opportunity to serve as a representative on our manager-level AI Principles Committee. Google began developing these principles to guide the development and use of AI, resulting in their publication in 2018. Since then, we have begun working to improve implementation, operationalization, and governance of our AI principles across Google. Over the past year and more, I have helped advise and guide on updates to our governance process to ensure alignment with forthcoming AI regulations, standards, and frameworks, including those we're seeing in the public sector. We proudly contributed to the NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology's AI Risk Management Framework. Within Google, our governance program is aligned to the AI RMF approach and underpinned by industry-leading research and a growing library of resources, tools, and recommended best practices. Importantly, the NIST approach, which has been successful in cybersecurity and privacy, is flexible and can adapt as the AI ecosystem continues to progress. The AI RMF provides guidance to developers and deployers of AI systems on how to use and strike a practical balance between optimizing beneficial use cases and addressing potential risks. We are also pleased to share with you news today that Google Cloud recently partnered with Coalflyer, a leading cybersecurity firm, to assess our readiness of our AI risk management program and our AI platform against these 2 new AI frameworks, including the NIST AI Risk Management Framework and a global standard that is just emerging called ISO 42001, which is the first management system standard to govern AI's use internationally. At Google Cloud, we are committed to demonstrating AI trust and transparency. We do believe that Google Cloud is the first cloud service provider to invite a third party to assess our readiness and processes related to AI risk management. We value early, independent, and external perspective. We believe it offers critical objectivity as we prepare for the future of AI compliance. We look forward to our continued work with NIST and the many states across the country who are considering adopting NIST as part of their own AI risk management approach. As the AI ecosystem matures, new techniques and applications are developed, and further progress is made, we think frameworks like NIST can help us all be aligned. Alignment is important, especially in the delivery of government services, whether it's administering unemployment benefits more efficiently or providing communities with authoritative information about things like COVID-19 vaccines. These practical applications of AI ease rote work and deliver better outcomes for the public at large. AI can support agencies by processing paperwork, digitizing claims requests, and automating rote tasks, such as reviewing applications, the very things that slow delivery and lead to civil servant burnout. Using practical and results-oriented AI means more satisfied customers, citizens, and more cost-effective service delivery. Just this year, Google was proud to support a great example of this with the Nevada Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. We are working with the team to streamline their unemployment appeals claims process. Tools like Google Cloud Vertex Platform and our generative AI APIs are helping the department directly create their own solutions to gather data on the appeal and make a recommendation that agency staff can take into consideration when determining a case. A process that in some cases used to take multiple hours can now be completed more expeditiously to allow all Nevadans seeking appeals to receive the timely assistance they need. Notably, this system does not make any decisions or determinations. This is an important risk management decision that the department made, and it was informed by responsible AI best practices. I'll leave you with 3 recommendations for government agencies across the state. First, governance structures and implementation mechanisms within agencies should be adequately resourced. When agencies are tasked with procurement and oversight, they need dedicated resource to establish their own AI governance systems and training for agencies officials charged with carrying out oversight and procurement. Agencies will ultimately bear primary responsibility for oversight because only they can verify the end uses to which their systems are being put and any additional data that has been input into training their system. They should receive robust training and resources to effectuate this responsibility, whether through the use of internal funding decisions or government-wide budgeting to enable repeatable, scalable, efficient, and effective use of the product. Second, develop a privacy policy that is updated to capture artificial intelligence and ensure your employees understand the difference between commercial and enterprise offerings. This is a really important one I remind customers across the private sector about as well. In 2020, Google Cloud announced our public AI ML data privacy commitment. In this commitment, we promise that by default, Google does not use cloud customer data for model retraining purposes or for product improvement unless our customer has otherwise provided permission or asked us to do so. We provide our customers a frozen model that will not retrain the base model. Unlike our competitors, we extended this protection to our generative AI products from the very start. Our commitment to all Google Cloud customers includes your data is your data, your privacy is protected, and your data does not train our models. Finally, prioritize portability and interoperability. As more government data is stored in the cloud, interoperability is a critical factor in ensuring government agencies can facilitate data porting and interoperability within a multi-cloud ecosystem. Data portability and interoperability are central to innovation and to help boost competition across the state. Better delivery of government services requires better data collaboration across agencies. Google has always believed robust and reciprocal portability offerings should reduce or eliminate switching costs across clouds, resulting in a more innovative and user-focused products. Portability and operability makes it easier for customers to choose among services and facilitates competition. Equally, when it comes to enterprise cloud services, choice and openness are really fundamental to develop technology. We know from past technological advances that it is necessary for key stakeholders to come to the table with a healthy grasp of both the potential benefits and challenges. Google Cloud and I look forward to working with you all in this upcoming session to address additional ways we think AI might be able to help you address any issues you are facing where AI might be appropriate. It's an evolving space, and the one thing we know is that this technology will continue to progress and we'll see opportunities and challenges that will require flexibility and adaptability. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with the committee today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Some members of the committee? Questions? Yeah. Assemblywoman, yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I am so fascinated with this subject, and I spoke to you briefly before the committee started, but I guess I'm confused. I think I'm probably not alone on this, but so it's such an emerging technology that we don't know what we don't know. So now we're in the position in government and we're trying to sort of put up guardrails. We're obviously turning to industry to help us, but I guess it's hard for me to wrap my mind around and finding best practices when it's so emerging. So I appreciate what Google's doing, but where do we start? I mean, it's one bite at a time, but where do we start?
Absolutely. And that's the perfect question for the slide that happens to be in front of you. We get this question a lot. And frankly, what I find really interesting, going back to what I was saying in the beginning of my testimony, we kicked off our AI governance process. So the very thing you're sort of asking about, where do we start? Before there were any best practices. And so we really had to look at other areas of technology and risk management that we already knew. So two things we already knew. We knew about privacy risk management and we knew about security risk management. And as we started to understand what are the risks that might be presented through AI, we recognize there's a lot of overlaps with privacy and security. And so we started there. We looked at our current risk management processes, and we have slowly layered in, as we've identified new risks, other controls into that process. We didn't start a whole new process. We just created a specific, a new section of our risk management process specific to AI risks. And so on the slide here, you'll see that things that stayed the same, things that we didn't change at all for AI risk management were how we store and process sensitive data. We've always conducted risk assessments, security controls, but there are new things. So, how you make decision making, we recognize that we needed to make a control internally for which products could do automated decision making and which ones shouldn't. The example I used earlier that we're supporting here in the state, that's a really good example where somebody consciously, as part of that risk management approach, said, this is not going to be automated. It must go to a human for review. That's a new part of risk management. You need new kinds of expertise. You need people who understand that. You need a privacy professional, a security professional. They may not be have the right expertise for these new AI systems. So adding them to the team. Guidance on how you should not use this at all. At Google, we have, as part of our AI principles, 4 what we call red lines, things we will not do. We're sort of known for there's just some things we don't think we have a specialty in or that we have a conflict with. Facial recognition is a really good example. We've just decided not to pursue that work at this time. So that was our red line. State agencies might also consider in your specific domain, depending on your agency, which use cases might not be appropriate ever for that agency. And then finally, and I think this is a shared one for us at Google and in public sector, is how you are using the systems that interact with people. In public sector now, when you go to an airport, for instance, understanding that a facial recognition technology is being used, how you can opt out of it. Those are all really critical to trust building with the citizens who these programs might affect. So that's a little bit of how we think about it. I really try to demystify it as you should never start from scratch. You should look at the controls you have and see what new gaps you might have. Thank you for the question.
Councilwoman Torres.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I've been really interested in AI policy, and I know I've seen different presentations on AI at like the gaming conference a couple of months ago. And I think like Microsoft presented at that one, and I've seen them in some other like legislative conferences. And so my question today is really just focused on like what recommendations, what specific policy recommendations, because this is more of an overview of how AI and how AI can be used and what guardrails other organizations could put in place that are similar to what Google has put in place. But I'm more focused on like what specific recommendations, if you have any, or if Google has any, because I think the industry has to be very involved in the decision-making process about, what policies are implemented. And, I think we're going to see lawmakers across the country put in pieces of legislation that, stop AI or prevent use of AI. And we know that, AI is used in everything from the facial recognition on my phone to like the stored passwords on my device. So I know that AI is a lot more complicated than just like, ban AI. That's not something we want to do. We want to foster creativity and the use of this technology while also putting guardrails in place. So what specific recommendations do you have for governments and states to consider when creating those recommendations that are specific to states and not the federal government?
Yeah, well, and thank you so much for the question. I really could talk about this all day. Risk management is a really fascinating area of AI, and one of the interesting things that I think is coming quickly down the pike is tools to support risk management. One of the things that I think scares people the most is this concept of a black box of AI. While that is somewhat true, the way that states will be using it and the way that most enterprise will be using AI is in very narrow use cases. So, for instance, two of the most popular applications Google sells to state agencies are contact center AI and document AI. These are very specific, trained products which offer things like constituent communication. So contact center, are you emailing, calling, chatting, and managing all of those contacts and how you respond to constituents is really important. But let's take just that use case. And let's assume every agency across the state adopts it. The Department of Labor, the Department of Education, Health and Human Services, whatever your department is, your risks look very different than each other. And so as a state government, you have an obligation to say, here's our sort of statewide framework. Perhaps it's based on the NIST AI framework. That's the one we've chosen to use here in the States. But you really do have to give the flexibility for labor, health, and education agencies to say, in our domain, in the cases that we deal with here in the state, these are our risks that we will focus more time on to make sure we manage. And that's certainly how it works in Google. And I find that very, very useful because I don't know much about YouTube and I don't know much about search. I know probably as much as you guys do. Their risks are very different from the risks that we see with our public sector customers and our enterprise customers. They're banks, they're hospitals. So it really is my first and foremost recommendation is always make sure everybody is harmonized at the top, make sure that everybody below you has the resources, but then make sure there is flexibility. Everybody should sort of be beating to the same song, but they might have a bit of a different rhythm, and that's really important to manage risk. You want the people who are experts in managing education risk, managing health risks, to be the ones controlling the risk management in that agency.
Thank you. And you mentioned, I have two follow-up questions. My first is just like you mentioned the management system that you use at NIST. Can you just spell that out for me?
Sure. NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. So a couple things on that, which I also find very compelling. NIST put out version 1 of this framework January of last year. And when they put it out, this is the third version of a risk management framework. They had a security one that kicked off risk management frameworks. That came out maybe 6 years ago. The privacy one came out maybe 4 years ago. They're already doing version 2 of cybersecurity. I say all this just to say they're evolving frameworks and they're not statutory. So these agencies, this agency in particular, which rolls up through the Department of Commerce, has the flexibility to keep updating the framework, which is really great. The other little tip I have for you to look into is they have these sort of spin-off risk cards that can adapt the framework for specific use cases. So the first one that Congress asked them to work on was called a generative AI use case. I'm also aware that the Department of Labor has kicked off a labor-specific one. And the idea is, again, NIST has created a foundation, but they're giving the flexibility for each industry or perhaps in a state to adapt a risk card that is specific to their profile, adapt a risk profile that is specific to the framework. So again, it allows us all to sing off the same playbook, but go deep on risks that might be specific to the industry, the agency, or the domain.
Thank you. And I don't know that you're the person to ask for this, but I'm sure somebody out there is. Yeah, so we might be hearing later for it, but I would definitely like more information about whether or not we're using that to inform the profiles for different agencies and governments that we have here within the state of Nevada as well. And then I was hoping, and this might be information you can get back to me, or maybe somebody else later today will have that information. But if we could get like some examples of what statewide frameworks and what that looks like in policy, if we could get that, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I think Mike and I were actually just talking about this, so we're eager to send something over. We'll definitely look into that.
Additional questions? Senator.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Nice to see you. Thank you for your presentation. I think there's going to be a lot of great utility in the utilization of artificial intelligence worldwide in various industries, but I have concerns about AI in banking. We're seeing a lot of theft of senior citizens' money just without the utilization of AI. As a healthcare professional, I'm concerned about medical records and people accessing them nefariously. So are you talking to governments about appropriate disclosures? Because many times a client, if you will, is on the phone or on the computer. They don't know they're talking to a bot. There's artificial intelligence is giving them advice. Do you think that there should be some disclosures on behalf of the companies that are utilizing artificial intelligence, saying that we need to let you know that you are communicating with a device that, or person that is utilizing artificial intelligence and the response is being given to you, so that we have a informed client base that understands that if they see something that doesn't look right, they can follow up with a real human being and say, hey, this is the advice I got from what was supposedly John, but I don't know if it was really John. It might have been, R2D2 or something. I don't know. But what kind of recommendations can you give us in government to make sure that people have the appropriate disclosures to understand the advice that they may be given, maybe coming from artificial intelligence, which isn't always right? So I'm concerned about especially banking and HIPAA.
Yeah, great question. And as you were asking your question, I was sort of making a mental checklist of all the risk management decisions that you could make. And I think I landed on 4, but let's see if I can remember them all. I was like about to steal Mike's pen. So first, security is paramount. I mean, it's just really become the topic du jour. Before generative AI exploded last year, I did not spend as much time with my security colleagues as I have recently. I think one of the more exciting parts of at least our product offerings, and I know many of our competitors too, is adding AI capabilities to a lot of our new security products, which we sell now out of the box to a lot of customers. We have a lot of experience fighting attackers of Google.com, and we've created this amazing library of attacks, and we can now do pattern detection of what these attacks look like. We actually also trace it back to who, is a state actor causing those attacks? Is it this famous group, in a different country who does these attacks? And all of these things help diagnose incoming security threats. We now sell that library as a product, and what it really does do is we know state agencies, we know a lot of our customers don't have thousands of people to monitor their networks. So automating some of that work, self-healing the low risk or the really easily identifiable healable risks is important, but then routing the most critical risks that maybe they're net new, we don't know what they are, or they really need a human or a team to triage them, getting those to them as quickly as possible. That's classic risk management, right? It's making sure you can get rid of the low risk stuff and focus all of your time and resources on the high risk stuff. The second question you had was about banks using this technology. And I will tell you, banks are, I call them the bellwether of all of the product needs we have for risk management, because they really have a high threshold of standards they must follow to their regulator. There are a lot of new challenges that they present. We actually put out a white paper last year, which basically asked global financial regulators to make it more clear what documentation they need from banks in order to be compliant, because what ends up happening is banks say, we think our regulator needs this, and we say, we aren't reading that the same. And really, all this technology is new, and banking regulations don't move as rapidly. So there are some opportunities, we think, for regulators to update their guidance. But at the end of the day, banks are very cautious about how they use this technology. And so we consider them sort of our bellwether for meeting their needs. On disclosure, absolutely, disclosure is a critical part. As I said earlier, transparency to the public for how they might be interacting with these technologies is very critical. I will flag, though, part of my recommendation, and perhaps, Mike, we can actually follow up with more details on this, is how you inform a customer. So I know we're all very familiar with just like checking those boxes now to like our privacy warnings. We don't even read them. We just kind of brush them aside. So making sure that the flag to the consumer is meaningful, that really helps them make them aware. And it really is situational, right? One of my favorite things at Google is we work really closely with our user research team. So understanding how a user is receiving our information using our products is really unique. And again, I go back to my suggestion about a health use case might have a different way to flag they're interacting with a bot, or an artificial intelligence system might be different than, an education use case in the university system. So 100%, I think it's very important, and it should absolutely be something on the table for risk management teams within each agency.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the presentation. And slightly off subject before we get to my question, a lot of AI I think about as the same argument being made when they first learned to split the atom. It can be used for good, it can be used for bad, and how do you regulate that? And although your discussion, our discussion today does not talk about regulation, it's talking about usage of it within government. And the two parts that I just heard when you were answering the previous question, you talked about situations that come in and AI could be used to determine if the response can be automated or sent to a person. What I heard was that AI can be used to determine if it should be handled by AI or a person. Automation, to me, I hear is AI is where it's going to. That when I call a place now and you get that voice that says, is your problem this, that, and gives me these standard answers, you're saying AI can handle that in a more logical, is that?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So in the cybersecurity context only is the example I was using, where our library of risks will say, a human will have trained it on the library of risks, and the human will say, these are a category of risks that are very well known to us. We know how to heal them. A little bit like when you turn on your computer and there's, you do a security check and they give you a check marks and it says, do you want to heal, do you want us to take care of these things? And you say, yes. That's sort of what I'm talking about. But again, this is cybersecurity and threats are changing all the time. Our library is trained on 20 plus years of attacks. There's new attacks coming all the time. Yeah. So if that incoming attack doesn't match our library, that's when it would be routed to a human.
So, but AI, you said a human
A human programmed that whole program.
Isn't AI going to a point, and I apologize if I sound argumentative, if I really don't. I'm trying to learn.
Absolutely.
Isn't AI in a position where they say AI will teach AI, and that's part of the fear?
I see now. Yeah.
And I know it's a larger discussion, and I apologize. The real question I also wanted to ask you, on these programs that you have on your services, artificial intelligence, is it an open source where we have when you said you provide the library, which to me is that programming, so we can actually see how it's being handled, or I don't want to use the term manipulated, but managed. So and Google's been great at open source. I mean, I love Google versus some others that are closed. So that's my question on, is it an open source that you have available to?
I actually think this answers your previous question. So we recently announced, just maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, what is time, our newest, our only open model, which is called Gemma. It is an open model that is based on our Gemini series of frontier models. So the Gemini series of frontier models is our generative AI family of models. It's all the new and fun stuff, right? The fun chatbots everybody talks about. So our generative AI APIs, before we release them to the public, go through a battery of tests. We add a lot of what we call mitigations on top of them, safety filters in many cases. These safety filters include things like terrorist content, child sexual safety material, and many others. So those are closed APIs. Those are not open sourced. And we took some time, frankly, to evaluate an opportunity to make a version of the model open. And we did that very carefully because we do believe we have a responsibility to make sure that model doesn't act in a way that, we didn't expect. So after careful evaluation, we did release our open model, which is available to all of our government partners, all of our enterprise customers. But I think it does answer the first question, because your concern was, well, what if the model doesn't act in the way we expected? One of the reasons you keep a model closed is because you have a better ability to control the model and not have bad actors manipulate the model in ways that you wouldn't want them to. So when we did finally open a version of the model, we made sure that it didn't present any challenges that gave us those same concerns.
Assemblyman, Mike Hillerby, I want to be sure at the beginning of your question that I understood it correctly, and we had an answer for you, and that was whether AI would ultimately make the decision whether to involve a human or not. And I'll let Addie correct me if I don't say this correctly. For the instance, for example, with these unemployment claims with Dieter, the AI product would review the data that was sent to it by a human, would kick out a summary of that and a recommendation back to the person. It doesn't decide That product does not decide what it's going to review, what it will send back out. Product A in or file A in, file A comes back out.
Correct.
Yeah, I appreciate that because that's what I was thought you
I'm
were
sorry.
saying is that AI makes all the decisions initially.
Just for that cybersecurity product,
okay.
Mike is completely right. For the unemployment example, that program does not allow any decision making. A good example of this is, let's say we have 2 applications come in the door. One application is not filled out all the way. It might say, flag the application to a human and say, hey, not filled out. So the human can very quickly say, this needs more work. Or it'll flag it and it says, ready to process. That's the only decision that the AI would be making.
Gotcha. I appreciate it. I know we're going to have more discussions on,
I
and I
look
just
forward
get
to it.
back to splitting the atom is where I feel we're at somewhat with AI. And it's very interesting to me. So I appreciate it. Thank you for the time, Chair.
Additional questions? We have anyone up north? I just have a couple. So we talked about some of the security systems, and the law enforcement side of me always looks for redundancy. Redundancy and redundancy in redundancy. So can you speak a little bit about that, or did I miss that part?
Sure. So do you mean redundancy for security, making sure? Yes. Okay, cool. Yes. So this is actually really key to the interoperability and portability question. So it is our belief that, one reason that public sector customers are moving to the cloud is because you do have greater redundancy in the cloud. If your on-prem server goes down, you're in trouble. At Google Cloud and using any cloud platform, frankly, if one data center does go down, our workloads can easily shift to another data center, so you don't have any challenges, and redundancy is pretty key to that. Now, going a step further, let's say you're using a provider of one agency, let's say health has one provider, and education has a different provider, and they want to collaborate on something. But unfortunately, health is using a provider that has, switching costs. If you want to collaborate with a different cloud, they put all these fees in place, and all the challenges ensue. And also let's say they have to collaborate. Let's say there's a vaccine outbreak, there's a health outbreak in schools, and, you're not able to appropriately move to find solutions. Those are reasons why we think interoperability between cloud services and portability between them is very critical. And it's something we take pains to highlight because unfortunately we've seen it before with, cyber attack, ransomware attacks that hold, cities hostage, and then they're only using one cloud provider. They're stuck. They have no backstop, no redundancy. But if they had another cloud provider, they could. So there are a number of situations why we think this is really important. So thank you for the question.
I just have another one. We spent a lot of time in Palo Alto talking about deepfake. Especially with this election cycle, and I think they've already seen some, I don't want to say outbreak, but there have been some instances where people have appropriated someone's voice or someone's face or other physical characteristic. So talk to me a little bit about what that looks like, especially when we start talking about security and authenticity.
100%. Another great question. So, again, what is time? We put out a product at some point in the last year, which is our first watermarking product. So watermarking, as we all know, is, when you have a document and it has a watermark, it's authentic. We see it on all our financial documents. But the real sort of crown jewel with this new generative AI space is how do we watermark newly created digital images, voices, text. So our Google DeepMind, our research lab, created a product called SynthID, so synthetic ID, and it creates a watermark on videos and images created with Google products. Google Cloud was the first product area within Google to onboard that product. So all of our video generation and image generation products in Google Cloud that we offer to public sector and all of our enterprise customers comes with this synthetic ID watermarking technology. So we think that's great. I will point out some challenges with this. One, it's not standardized. So we are part of a standards organization where we are collaborating with other providers to agree on a standard for watermarking. We hope our technology prevails, obviously, but we, like in many other areas, we are working very closely with other providers to make sure we can all reach a watermarking standard that can be adopted across every platform. So right now, if you're a Google Cloud customer, any image generated and that shows up in our Google Search product, our Google Photos product, we know whether it's there's some challenges. State actors can obviously get around some of our protections, but we feel really good that it's capturing, it's watermarking a lot of our content. So in sum, I digress. There are some really great promising technologies. There is a lot of work to do in the standardization space, but I'm very optimistic that we will get there. And I know that we'll continue working with policymakers around the country to keep you guys updated on where we are in the technology and standardization process. And certainly that's something we should absolutely follow up with you on. And I'm sure by the time y'all are in session in January, we'll already have another announcement to tell you about.
These last two are not necessarily questions, just statements, but you mentioned about state actors, and I know some of the things that happen in government operations, shall we say. They're breadcrumbs, so even if they get around, they're breadcrumbs that we could follow. You don't need to answer yes or no, but that's just a thought, because I know there's some things that we, the public, don't need to know, but we need to know that they're there. And so I guess that leads me to my point. We have the Homeland Security team here, and it would be my hope that you all are working with them, and that's probably more a rhetorical statement than anything. But yeah, so there's some things we don't need to know, but we need to know that they are there. I see you, north-south nod. Yes?
I'm looking at Mike. He would know better if our Mandiant team has had an opportunity to brief the Homeland Security team, but we should absolutely follow up with that briefing.
Yeah, and I guess when I'm looking at there are a couple of things that I'm thinking about. Number one, our grid, because it's the grid. And number two, there are some systems that are interlocking, that attacking one, you don't have to get the rest of them, you just got to get that one. And then my colleague mentioned, I think it was Senator Stone, something about banking, finance. You don't necessarily have to get finance if you can get something that looks like it. So trusting that those things are in place, and we're working with our state government as well as our military and law enforcement. So just my comments.
Perfect. We'll follow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Hillerby again. A few months ago, the Gwynn Center did a talk and brought in Russell Wald from Stanford to talk about AI. It was very interesting. They're in the midst of doing some white papers. I know that's an organization that has a lot of respect, and not the least of which is your own Michael Stewart, is now deputy director there. I think it was at that meeting that the expert they brought in talked about AI is out there. It's being used. It'll be used by foreign actors. It'll be used by people. Putting our head in the sand and saying we're not going to have anything to do with it is not really an option for state, federal government, and others. So I think that's part of what you're hearing today, that message. We can decide how much or how little to actually implement it agency by agency, but having agencies aware of that, having that be a part of a conversation at the legislative level with the executive branch, with agencies, with IT department, with the chief information officer. How are you going to use that? How are you going to address the fact that it's being used? And again, some of this, I think, as Addie said, is not substantially different than the contracting the state has been doing for IT services for years. We determine how the data is going to be used, how the data will be owned, how it's going to be secured, how we're going to communicate with it, how interoperable it was going to be. We have that experience. You're now adding this additional layer. So adding that onto that framework. But again, I think it's important, as you as the legislature, when you convene next year, working with the executive branch and the local government level, and I represent local governments, and it's an ongoing conversation there. The product is out there, it's coming, people are going to be using it, and we need to be prepared for that. Again, the ultimate decision about how many places we'll be asking our citizens to interact with that on behalf of government is a separate question, but to be aware of it and know how to use it, understand the risk is going to be important for us in government.
Thanks a lot. Additional questions? Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you. And I know I just want to give our agenda just got released, but the Interim Government Affairs Committee is also going to be discussing AI with the local governments, and the Gwynn Center is actually going to be presenting on AI next Thursday in Government Affairs. So if you want more of this topic, tune in.
Thank you. Anything else? No? Thank you. Oh, yeah. But we won't.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Certainly appreciate that. In addition to what you're doing with the Gwynn Center, I know that CNA Center for Naval Analysis is also diving deeply into this. That's the research team that is composed of a bunch of flag officers. So, okay. All righty. So now we move to agenda item number 5, presentation of the preliminary efforts of Nevada state agencies to integrate and analyze the advantages of AI and its potential ramifications on the workforce. And I'm pretty sure that you all have a heads-up lead based upon the questions that we've already asked. So please begin when you're ready. Thank you. And we have people in 2 different places, so what we're going to do, committees, we're going to ask questions after both presentations, okay? All right. Who's going first?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Commerce and Labor. For the record, my name is Timothy Galuzzi, and I have the honor of serving as the State Chief Information Officer in the Office of the Chief Information Officer within the Office of the Governor. That's going to be a real mouthful during the legislative session. It's a pleasure to be here today to share insights on how we're exploring artificial intelligence to advance our workforce and improve our operational effectiveness across state government in Nevada. It's great to be here to talk about something that's reshaping how we think about government work. AI is more than just a buzzword for us. It's a tool that has the potential to make significant improvements in how we serve Nevadans. I would also like to send out some appreciation for whoever set up the agenda. Following that last agenda item, it really emphasized that we are moving in the right direction on the executive branch side. A lot of the themes that were discussed are the same considerations and conversations that we're currently having in the executive branch. Also, in light of that last presentation, I might skip a few things on my slide deck for the sake of brevity, so I'm not too redundant for you. So what are we going to discuss today? We're going to talk about an overview of AI integration, exploring how artificial intelligence is currently being utilized or proposed to be utilized within Nevada state agencies. We're going to talk about the objective for AI use. What are we trying to accomplish with using AI tools? And then the significance for the legislatures. What do we really want to impart to this body and to other bodies that might be tuning in? And so it's, AI is, as everybody's been hearing, it's incredibly exciting. Why is it so exciting right now? It's exciting right now because with the release of some of these generative AI models, it has finally bridged the gap of usability, that the average user now can touch it, can interact with it, and can now get results from it. It also has crossed the threshold of what we as humans felt was uniquely ours, and that is the ability to create, the ability to write language, the ability to create pictures and video, and that is either incredibly exciting or incredibly terrifying, or a little bit of both. And so there are some real applications on how we can deploy these tools, as discussed with the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation, where we can impact how we deliver services to Nevadans. We can make them more efficient and effective. Our goal with AI is simple: make government operations smarter so that we can do our jobs better and make Nevadans' lives easier. AI tools have the ability to enhance everything from traffic management to public health delivery. Our vision for AI in Nevada is bold and straightforward: to enhance our service delivery, improve decision-making, and make our government operations more efficient. This isn't just about technology. This isn't me as the technology guy in state government wanting to play with new toys. It's really about delivering better services to Nevadans. But we have to do so cautiously. We have to do so with all the information laid out in front of us. And that's where we could also ask for this body's help when it comes to potential future regulations. Some of the examples have already been discussed with the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation and their use of AI technology to rapidly enhance their decision-making ability in their claims adjudication process. There's also examples of virtual agents, chatbots. Chatbots have been around for quite some time, but they were not powered by generative AI until relatively recently. Chatbots previously were really built off of a long list of FAQ documents, and when something was as close to a match as possible, it would then feed you that information, and that's why previously chatbots were relatively clunky, and you wouldn't necessarily get as accurate of an answer as what we would see now. We're also seeing applications in documents, right? So one of the pilots I'm seeing right now is with rather large PDF documents, training a chatbot to be able to provide real language answers based off of the information that is in that document. For instance, if you look at something like the state budget manual that is hundreds and hundreds of pages long, if you could ask a very simple question of it: how do I submit a technology investment notification? And then it would give you a plain answer back, plus reference where it found that information. That's incredibly helpful. We also talk about the applicability of using virtual agents in call centers. So this would not necessarily be constituent touching. This would be a tool that we would provide to our call centers. So when a constituent does call in, they could, with that AI tool, have real-time access to the data sources, the policies, the standards, the NRS NAC, to help inform the decision-making process as they're communicating with a constituent, to help speed that process along. And so all of those things really excite us. There's examples of using these technologies for licensing bodies to help answer questions for constituents. And the use cases are really only limited by our imaginations at this point. But with all of these opportunities, there's a lot of the same challenges that have already been discussed, but we are well on the way of creating the guardrails in state government to protect constituent data. And so those challenges really are, and they begin and end with state data. That is our number one resource. We need to protect state data because that is really our constituency's trust. And it's kind of interesting that right now, as we speak, as this meeting is going on, we actually have a working group, an AI and emerging tech working group that's actually discussing executive branch AI policy. And so about 9 months ago, I stood up the State Technology Governance Committee, and within that committee, we were able to stand up some working groups. And this working group is incredibly exciting because it's made up of business and IT leaders from across the executive branch to really put their heads together and talk about the concerns of their departments and really formulate collectively good, solid executive branch policy. So as we meet today, they are meeting right now to discuss how we can kind of protect the state, but also enable the use of these technologies to better serve Nevadans. We're not doing this in a vacuum. We are engaged in collaborative efforts. We're constantly working with our partners from other states. My peers, the state CIO community, we're working with local nonprofit organizations. I believe the Gwynn Center was previously mentioned. We're really trying to bring all folks around the table because this is an opportunity that we can develop good, sound policy at the relative inception and first implementations of these technologies versus waiting until after they've been deployed and trying to clean up the mess. And so that's one of the things that really excites us about the timing of all of this. So as we talk about the deployment of AI technologies and the potential impacts on workforce, I can only really speak to the workforce needs of the executive branch because that's where I have a little bit of expertise. And so there will be and is a skills gap. These are emerging technologies, and we're obviously incredibly thankful for the last legislative session and what it has done in order to be able to recruit and retain talent across the executive branch. But these skill sets still need to be developed. They need to either be grown from the talent that we have within the executive branch, or they need to be recruited from outside. And that's not going to be an easy task. With emerging technologies, these are new skill sets. But I don't think it is so insurmountable that we shouldn't try. And so how can we do that? We already have some examples of how we've deployed efforts across the state. For instance, the accessibility remediation program within the Office of the CIO that has really developed a train-the-trainer type model where we've gone out and worked with executive branch agencies to train up their staff to help bring up the level of knowledge and maturity on ADA remediation. I see that we can do something relatively similar when it comes to AI technologies, even if it's just awareness, even if it's just here's how these technologies work, here is the risks, here's the opportunities. We have already been working on guidance. And so when the utilization of tools like OpenAI's ChatGPT really started taking off towards the latter part of last year, we released guidance to all executive branch agencies on the appropriate utilization. And I believe that was included in the meeting packet. And obviously that's it's as high level as possible to not confuse folks, but it also presents a real baseline of good hygiene on how to protect constituent and sensitive data with using these open source tools. The previous presenters, they talked about the difference between enterprise versus open tool sets, and I think that's a really good point of clarification. The open tool sets, when folks are putting sensitive data into it, they might as well be releasing it to the public. So if it is PII, CGIS, FERPA, HIPAA, you name the sensitive data type acronym, that's not a good thing. And so we wanted to make sure that we kind of got out ahead of it with an education campaign, just to let folks know that when they're using those open source tools, to just be very cognizant of the data that they are inputting into them. The enterprise tools, on the other hand, those are more closed. Those are compartmentalized. Those tools keep state data within the state environment, within our infrastructure, whether that be in our cloud environment or our private cloud environment in our state computing facility. And we are able to provide that same protection on that data that we do regardless of tool that's being used to access it. Adoption of new tools, I think we've already talked about this a little bit with the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. There's also some other examples, one of which is the presenter that's going to be going right after me with Get Insured. There's also been, like I've mentioned, a number of good positive case studies on how this has really reduced the amount of time that folks are waiting on responses from government. I really see this as an opportunity to add another tool to the employee toolkit to help us be more efficient and effective in service delivery. So challenges. It's important to talk about this. It begins and ends with the data. We need to ensure that state data is protected, and that's why we produced the guidance that we did. That's why we're moving forward with good, sound executive branch policy that is well informed by others within our community. We need to protect us. We need to protect the state. We need to ensure transparency, and I think transparency is one of the first steps that we're going to be taking as an executive branch. As we are working with our vendor partners, we're going to ask them to disclose whether or not they're using these AI tools and the tool sets that they are trying to sell us. And if they are using these tools, we want to know on which data sets are they gaining access to and what's going to happen to our data after those tools have access to them. We want to make sure that data is not being monetized and being sold. We want to make sure that data is staying within the confines of our state infrastructure and that it is protected. And we want to make sure that a complete security review is conducted. Because with new technology comes new responsibilities. Data privacy is and always will be one of our first and foremost concerns. So, to kind of wrap up my piece of this, AI offers us incredible opportunities to enhance how our agencies operate and the services they deliver. The potential to improve decision-making and operational efficiency is substantial. It is often said in some of the circles that I run with that, the doctor that AI is not going to replace the doctor. You're still going to want that human involved, and that was talked about by the previous speaker. It is incredibly important and will probably be part of the executive branch policy that's coming out to ensure that a human is involved in decision-making processes that infect constituents. So the doctor's not going to be replaced by AI. But there's a real possibility that the doctor that utilizes AI to be better informed and be able to make better decisions could potentially replace the doctor that doesn't. And so, I urge continued investment and continued interest in these tool sets. I think having these conversations is really the first step. And I look forward to continued conversations regarding AI tools and how that impacts not only the executive branch at large, but the workforce of the executive branch. I'd like to now pass it down to the next speaker, Ms. Heather Korbelik from Get Insured, to talk about one of the examples of how AI is being utilized within state government.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Heather Korbulik. I'm trying to take over the presentation here. I just want to, that's not working. F5. All right. Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Heather Korbulik. I am the Vice President of Policy and Communications with VMO, also known as Get Insured. We're a company that, VMO is a parent company of two different companies. One's called Get Insured. We do SaaS technology for human service agencies across the country. And then we have a consulting wing named Change and Innovation Agency. We do do business process optimization for state agencies in almost half of the states in the country. We have business in Nevada, specifically Get Insured runs the technology and call center for Nevada HealthLink, or the state's health insurance exchange. And the Change and Innovation Agency, we have multiple contracts with various different agencies across this state. Together, our two companies create really highly tailored solutions, including both business process solutioning and then also technological solutions to really unify and bring together stakeholders across states. So we have 3 different active initiatives in the state that we are working on right now. The virtual agent, which I'm going to tell you a little bit more about, which is deployed in the Nevada HealthLink call center. The robotic process automation, which I'm very well aware that is not new technology, but we are leveraging that in the work that we do for state exchanges across the country. And then an assistant chatbot. Also just wanted to kind of give you some information about some initiatives that we have in progress. So for different states that we're working with, different clients, we're working on tools that will do quality assurance and quality control. So in this world, the quality assurance and control tools are effectively listening to every single call that comes to the call center and ensuring compliance, assessing performance, finding the training needs for the call center employees, and just kind of increasing data and availability and improving customer service. We're working on policy and AI initiatives. I listened to the Google presentation, and we're leveraging some of their tools to help state agencies who have massive documents like policy manuals to create and make those searchable, and then also to take any legislation that the state or the feds pass and automate a lot of the updates to those manuals, which can be incredibly time intensive and tricky and prone to human error. And then we're also working on a worker assistance tool, which is really something that I think is great to help augment our workforce. So this is a chat interface for call center representatives who are doing very policy complex work and need access to quick and immediate assistance from either a supervisor or, in this case, a chatbot that can help answer those complex questions in a really time-efficient way. So what we're doing with Nevada HealthLink is using a natural language understanding module to synthesize consumer interactions. We took basically the most predictable use cases that the call center receives. Those are things like password resets, unlocking your account, activating your account, and we trained, tested, and implemented an interactive virtual agent who can help customers get answers to those questions and resolve those issues 24/7 through an omni-channel self-service platform. I want to clarify here that at any time that a customer is calling during business hours and they want to speak to a agent, they can do so at any time during that call. They can transfer to a live agent, and they can get a call back if it's after hours. So we built these tools because 80% of the Affordable Care Act and 80% of the calls that we take across the country in the various call centers that we run are very much the same. So we built a corpus of material and queries from the interactions that we've had from serving these states for over 7 years. And we have a closed enterprise-related model that has been trained just internally on these interactions that we specifically address. In open enrollment period, so Nevada HealthLink was the first state agency in the country to get approval from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to use their AI functions in their call center. The first time that they used it was during this last open enrollment period, and it was able to resolve 15% of the calls without any human intervention. It was also nationally recognized as a American Business Award winner. The work that we're doing from the robotic process automation perspective is really kind of taking what are high volume, simple, repetitive, and tedious tasks, and then training a robot to address those tedious tasks. So this engages people and training, but it also provides a higher accuracy and consistency in getting that work done. It's also able to do this work 24/7, so there's a faster turnaround. The work that we're doing in this space is primarily in mail rooms. So for organizations that need to collect information to verify someone's eligibility in a program, they can take that mail and the robot can process that and automate the validation of that. So that can happen 24/7. That can improve and increase the eligibility timeline to make sure that that person's getting services as quickly as possible. So we have been working on building those robots and automating as many different use cases as our state clients can throw at us, and we're working on gaining the necessary regulatory approval to go through that. We're excited about being able to free up staff manpower from tedious tasks that can be automated and allow them to spend more time on the complex human interactions that need to happen between them and the people that are looking for their services. And then finally, with our agent chatbot, in call center spaces, the seasonal variance is incredibly tricky to manage in terms of the fluctuating demand. In call centers for health insurance exchanges, specifically Medicaid included, the peak is usually around the open enrollment period, and it's almost impossible to staff for the peak of an open enrollment period. So what we've been doing is creating these robots that help onboard staff really quickly in order for them to be able to absorb those complex policies and eligibility rules that are constantly changing, and then other system-related information. How do you use the system? How do I navigate to help this person in an efficient way to get where they need to go? So basically what this bot is doing is helping the call center representatives to talk to the employee or to the caller and to get that questions and their answers resolved in as quick as possible way. Again, this is a module where we are using our own private data, being able to use that internal data that we've built over many years of working in this space really does minimize any hallucinations that the bot would find, and this is delivered in a way that minimizes errors. So I thought it would be interesting to quickly talk about kind of where we see the opportunities at Get Insured and our company to in terms of the workforce. Being able to automate and augment staffing by making routine tasks automated, it really does enable staffs, whether it's state employees or private businesses, to focus on complex delivery. So the families that are having that have multiple children and need more, or have a lot more questions and need a lot more assistance in completing applications, that's where the time really should be spent with staff rather than checking boxes and doing tedious work. The ability to provide 24/7 support in a state like Nevada, where we have people who work different hours and non-traditional hours, that's a critically important resource for the state constituents that are looking for help. We're also able to kind of maximize an agency, or help maximize an agency's budget by providing better service while really aiming to retain staff so that they can be retrained to do more evolution in whether it's helping the bot learn or whether it's helping with more complex cases. You're able to retrain existing staff and use them in a way that's more meaningful for the humans that are on the other end looking for services. The tools that we've been building to help with augmentation of workforce skills really do provide an opportunity for people to quickly upskill, and that has been really important to our retention in our call centers. I also just want to say that when we build our tools, we think a lot about how to minimize any kind of bias in them. And in doing that, we really adhere to a very strict process-based protocol. We're not asking our AI tools to make any decisions to use logic that isn't process-oriented only. So A leads to B leads to C. And that helps us ensure that we're not providing any kind of biased responses. We also have been really careful, and it is also very much a compliance requirement for the regulatory bodies that our clients work for, that we design linguistically diverse bots. So they must be able to recognize multiple languages, to recognize varied dialects and cultural expressions, like they know how to say Nevada correctly. So we're really committed to making sure that we have that respect for all of our users. So I guess I'll just say that it's been really wonderful to hear both Tim and Google and Mike talk about kind of the considerations that this committee and other committees during the legislative session will go through. I won't read this slide to you, but I'll just say as a former state employee and now as a vendor, we want accountability. We want to have very clear regulatory guidelines so that we can strictly comply. We love having ethical frameworks. We work with the NIST framework that was mentioned earlier, but we really encourage you all to think about scalable, sustainable solutions that will have very clear guidelines so that we can be in compliance. And I appreciate your time and look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Suman.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question, but it's listening to her, I was thinking, we have the Brady unit firearms background check. They're backlogged regularly. As she was talking about the Silver State, have you looked at having them examine that to see if they can fit in to the Brady so we could be more responsive to firearms purchases? Because that is a regular complaint I attain from constituents.
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman O'Neill. I do not have a definitive answer for you yet. I believe that there would definitely be some unique considerations there based off of the CJIS regulations on what we can do. But it's definitely something that I would be interested in having a conversation with DPS about.
If I may, I understand, but CJIS, you're right, has some regulations, but so does HIPAA have very strong controls. The only other thing, if I may say, Chair, nice tie. We got to coordinate more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Have any up north? Nobody upstairs. Oh, that's right. Nobody else down here. Okay. So I have one, and I'm down here, not up north. So one of the things that I was struck by was the comments about DEI. That is a three-letter word or three-letter acronym that some people are now looking at it as though it were a negative. And I thought it was interesting that you have AI and DEI intersecting. Can you speak a little bit more about that? Why was that important?
Thank you for the question. Again, Heather Korbulik for the record. And I'll take the first shot here, Tim, and I assume you might have some thoughts on this too. In our world, it's really important that people are getting access to services that they're eligible for, period. And we know that when AI is making decisions, when it's enabled to make decisions, there can be bias built into those. And so we want to make sure that we're building tools that are eliminating that bias or not even introducing it into this landscape, so that people are getting equal and whatever access that they're eligible for.
Thank you. So this is probably more of a comment than a question. So if you're using that, and I'm speaking specifically with our healthcare system, there are statutes or statistics that show you're anywhere between a 19% and 25% more profitable or bottom line when you include DEI. And I'm mentioning that because we're in perilous times. And so I want to make sure that if we're talking about AI, artificial intelligence, that we also address the fact that there's some things that are common sense that are not so common anymore. And so as we move through the integration, not just the healthcare, but even what we're doing at the executive level and throughout government agencies in Nevada, just want to make sure we're aware of what's going on globally, and because that indeed would impact us locally. So it's a comment, but you can comment as well.
I would just go back to thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say that according to the Affordable Care Acts, there was just a real effort built in there to make sure that all Americans were getting access to the financial assistance and resources that were available to them without bias. And we're very committed to that at our company.
Thank you. Additional questions, committee members? No? Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The name of the next movie is Artificial Intelligence versus Common Sense. Anyway. We'll go now to agenda item number 6, presentation on strategies for upskilling and reskilling Nevada's workforce to meet changing demands. And I think this is flows very well with what we've been talking about in terms of AI, because unbeknownst to some people, there are some careers that people have basically banked on that are going away, and I want to make sure that we are looking at that as a state, particularly for this committee that looks at a lot of commerce and labor, but make sure that we're looking at that so that our folks don't fall behind. So let's see here. Presenters, Amanda Bergeson Sherlock. I probably mispronounced that name. Senior Fellow, National Skills Coalition. Okay, and you're on Zoom.
Yes, I am.
Okay. But we don't see you.
I'm here. I'm hoping you can hear me.
We can hear you. Ah, there you are.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair Spearman. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank you for the invitation to join the committee, and also thank your staffer, Cesar Melagarajo, for his assistance in making sure that the materials were available to the committee. So in the 15 minutes that I have with you today, I'm going to give you a little bit of a whirlwind tour through some resources related to workforce development. Just so you know who I am and where I'm coming from, National Skills Coalition is a big tent bipartisan coalition of workforce and education advocates, community colleges, workforce boards, nonprofit organizations, chambers of commerce, labor unions, anyone with an interest in making sure that workers have access to high quality job training opportunities and that small businesses have opportunities to get the skilled workforce they need. So that's where we're coming from, and that's what we do. So I have a slide presentation to share with all of you today. And as I said, I'm going to go fairly quickly through the slides. I'm more than happy to answer questions not only during the meeting today, but also to follow up individually with any of you who might want to drill deeper into particular questions or issues that I've raised. I'm going to make sure that these are full screen slides so that they're easy for you all to see. So we know that you all as legislators have a really important role to play, not only in writing and implementing new legislation, but in oversight of federal funds that are coming to Nevada. And as we heard in earlier testimony today, from new technologies that are being adopted both in the public workforce and in the private workforce. So that's the context for the information that I'm going to share with you now. I'm going to talk through a few best practices in upskilling and reskilling. Again, this is both private sector workers and public sector. So this can apply to folks within Nevada state government, as you were just hearing from your CIO and state agency staff, as well as to workers at private sector employers. I'm going to share some data from research that National Skills Coalition did on the demand for digital skills, and then highlight a few opportunities. So the first sort of big picture I hope you keep in mind is that as we're thinking about technology like artificial intelligence, generative AI in particular, and other rapidly changing areas, our research shows that many of the tried and true practices in workforce development are also effective in helping people build these new AI-related skills. So that's a really important point. It means that the kinds of investments that Nevada has already made in workforce development and higher education, particularly in community colleges, are going to pay off as you work to upskill your workforce for this new technology. What is different is that the pace of change is faster. So portable industry recognized credentials, this means making sure that folks are earning credentials that employers care about, that a hiring manager would recognize if they saw it on someone's resume, and that aren't specific to any one employer. So that as you move from job to job, which is very important for economic mobility, you can take that credential with you. Earn and learn strategies. There's been a big push, bipartisan push at the federal level to increase registered apprenticeships. There are other kinds of earn and learn that are also important. As we think about helping workers build skills, many folks can't afford to quit work and go to school full time. And particularly if you're a working adult with a family, having either an apprenticeship or another type of earn and learn model that allows you to hold down a job while you are still learning and upskilling is really important. Supportive services and resource navigators. We've seen this in some of the major federal investments that Nevada is receiving, including under the CHIPS and Science Act. We know that, for example, women workers are disproportionately caregivers. And if they can't get effective childcare, particularly if they work unusual hours, overnight shifts, or in more remote locations, they may not be able to participate in training or to be able to take jobs in high-paying fields like AI. So investing in those services is really important. Contextualized and integrated education and training, this is common sense, right? This says if I walk in the front door of a community college and I say I want to learn nursing or welding or something like that, and then you tell me, well, you know, your math skills aren't up to par, you need to go into this math class first, I may get discouraged. But if you enroll me in a welding class that has a math instructor working side by side with the welding instructor, I'll be able to learn that math in the context of the job that I'm training for. And that is equally important when we think about technology-related jobs. Industry sector partnerships bring together small groups of employers along with education and training partners to create a talent pipeline of new workers. This is especially important for small businesses. You heard a lot from Google and from others this morning about what does it mean when large state agencies or major employers adopt AI tools. But when small businesses adopt these tools, they often don't have the resources to provide in-house training to their workers. So they really depend on the public workforce development system, the community college system, and other education and training partners to help their workers prepare for these new technologies. So I want to turn now to some research that we did to understand in real-time terms What are employers looking for in terms of technology skills, and how does that differ across different parts of the labor market? We carried out this research with the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, and I'm obligated to tell you that the opinions expressed in this report reflect those of the authors and do not necessarily reflect those of the Federal Reserve System or the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. That's my disclaimer. So we looked at 43 million help wanted ads that were posted by real employers who were hiring for real jobs with real workers, including hundreds of thousands of postings from Nevada specifically. And on average, a job posting looks for a candidate with 8 different skills. Across all those millions of job ads, there were more than 15,000 skills. And we hand-coded the top 50% of those skills to understand whether they were requiring definitely or likely digital skills. A definitely digital skill is something like Microsoft Excel or the Python programming language or data science. If you saw it in a job ad, you'd say, oh yeah, that involves computers. A likely digital skill is something like bookkeeping. There still are folks who do bookkeeping on pen and paper with a ledger, but most people these days are using a software product like QuickBooks. And then, of course, there are not digital skills, things like problem solving. So if you look at Nevada specifically, Nevada is very close to the national average in the demand for digital skills. So of the hundreds of thousands of help wanted ads that we looked at for Nevada specifically, 90% across all industries likely required a digital skill, and 45% required a definitely digital skill. So this is overwhelming across different industries. And it's not just limited to industries that you might think of as requiring tech skills. It's also true in manufacturing, construction, and accommodation and food services, which I know from my trip to Clark County a few years ago as part of the National Association of Counties meeting, is a huge industry for Nevada. So let's talk very briefly about what some of these digital skills look like, right? And we see increasingly the adoption of AI and AI-related tools, even in sectors that might seem unlikely. I interviewed one construction company that told me, listen, most of our folks are frontline construction workers, have a high school level education, many speak Spanish as a first language, and they need to use 4 or 5 different mobile apps every day on the job to communicate work order changes to the general contractor, to flag things that aren't up to code. These are major issues for workers that we may not think of as needing tech skills. In advanced manufacturing, the price of cobots or collaborative robots has dropped dramatically. So it used to cost $1 million for certain robots. It's now, just a few years later, down to $180,000. So I'm a small employer. I buy this expensive piece of new equipment. I need to make sure that my workers are trained in using it effectively. Of course, we all saw during the pandemic the critical importance of telehealth, and that's especially important for rural areas of Nevada, where we know that many rural residents depend on telehealth to get services. In meat packing and food processing plants, we may think of that as cold, messy work. It is also work that increasingly involves robots. So these workers used to lift 40-pound boxes of frozen meat. Now the robot is doing that, and the humans are in charge of programming using the HMI, the human machine interface, the robot to handle the palletizing of those boxes. And then we see the increasing use of augmented reality. This is an example from aircraft manufacturing. So the bottom line I hope you're taking away is that even entry-level jobs are requiring digital skills, including increasingly things like prompt engineers for generative AI roles. That's true even in the help wanted ads we looked at for jobs that require a high school diploma or an associate's degree. So this is not just about bachelor's degree level workers. And it's increasingly true that younger workers need opportunities to build these skills. Sometimes we think, oh, young people are all digital natives. But in reality, young people, like people of any age, often have fragmented knowledge. And that means they're comfortable with some digital skills, but not comfortable with others. So for example, they might be great at sending text messages or creating a TikTok video, That does not mean that they're comfortable managing a budget spreadsheet or being able to critically assess the output of a generative AI document to know whether it's accurate or whether it's hallucinating, right? We know that jobs that require digital skills pay more, an average of 23% more across industries, and that's pretty substantial. We know that small businesses have almost as high a demand for workers with digital skills as their larger counterparts. And we know that people don't just need basic or foundational digital skills, right? So you can't just park people in a Microsoft Office class and wave your hand and say, okay, you're good to go, you've got digital skills. You need industry-specific digital skills, and you need opportunities to build from the skills you have to the skills you need. I want to give you some Nevada-specific data about skills that are in particularly high demand. And the foundational digital skills side, you see things like typing and data entry and basic computer literacy, point of sale system. On the more sophisticated side, you see things like electronic medical records, enterprise resource planning software, property management software. Each industry has its own software and increasingly its own AI products that require sophisticated understanding and usage. I've given you a quick whirlwind tour through our data, and I know some of you may want to go back, and I'm happy to answer questions now about that, but I'm going to use my last couple of minutes to wrap up with a couple of specific recommendations for you all as state leaders. As draft legislation is coming through your committees in the new legislative session, you can assess that legislation with an eye towards whether it reflects those best practices that we talked about earlier in this briefing about reskilling and upskilling. Using the new data on the demand for digital skills to inform the development of any new legislation you may be developing, and then making sure that in your oversight role of looking at the new Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that's coming to Nevada, that you're making sure that it's responsive to workforce needs. I've relisted here some of the best practices that we talked about and an affirmation in our report that we published a couple of years ago that highlights that, yes, these tried and true practices from workforce development are effective when we talk about digital skills in particular. And we know, again, as we think about building out broadband connections so that more remote areas of Nevada have high-speed internet access, there are opportunities to make sure those broadband workers have the digital skills they need to help build out those fiber networks and to bring together those industry partnerships that I talked about before. So that was the quick tour through my information. The last point I want to mention about the federal dollars that are coming is that many of them are coming through the U.S. Departments of Energy, Transportation, and Commerce. You'll notice that none of those are the Department of Labor or the Department of Education. So what that means is that the federal officials who are rolling out this money are not necessarily experts in workforce development. And that really gives you an opportunity, particularly as Nevada implements state-level legislation that dictates how the federal funds will be implemented, or in your oversight of state agencies as they apply for discretionary grants. It gives you a chance to spell out your priorities and your vision for how this new federal funding can be used to upskill Nevada's workforce. We have some concrete suggestions in a playbook for states that we published recently. Links to all of these are in my slides. I'm going to stop sharing slides now so that I can see you all as we move into the Q&A period. The last point I'll make, I want to go back to the gentleman who mentioned earlier that this is kind of, AI is a little bit like splitting the atom, and that there are opportunities for real good that can come from AI as well as areas of real concern. We have decades of research that tell us that human beings are susceptible to automation bias. In other words, oftentimes humans don't second guess the computer. And that can be really dangerous when we think about the applications of AI or the recommendations of AI. There have already been studies, for example, of AI flagging human services benefits incorrectly and suggesting perhaps they were fraudulent when in fact they were not, or AI flagging people for recidivism risk coming out of the criminal justice system that was not accurate. So when we think about workforce development and upskilling and reskilling Nevada's workforce, one of the factors to consider from an AI perspective is that training helping people be aware of automation bias so that they don't unconsciously depend on an AI system without having appropriate skepticism and critical thinking applied to the decisions that the AI may be recommending. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Committee, questions? Not even about Adams? Okay, yeah. So I just have a couple of questions. And first of all, I want to thank you for validating something that we've been talking about here for a while, and that is the energy sector as one of the most promising sectors, if you will, for employment, and looking at that digitally. And I can't remember what I think is President Biden put in something like $8 billion in energy alone, and that's not just turning the lights on and off, but that's, all the other accoutrements. So there are a couple of places where I think we have to be a little bit more intentional, and that is places like in the rural areas and then in previously underserved communities. Can you speak to us a little bit about what we need to be looking for specifically when we talk about making sure that the digital divide is not so much, is not as elongated as it is? That's part number one.
Yeah, so a couple of things, and I'm so glad you mentioned the energy sector, because in addition to the investments in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, there's also federal investments coming through the Inflation Reduction Act, which could be very substantial in impacting Nevada in the energy economy. Talking about remote areas and making sure that there is appropriate digital infrastructure. Nevada will be receiving tens of millions of dollars through the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, or BEAD program under IIJA, as well as the Digital Equity Act program. And those two programs are creating roadmaps for how do we get high-speed internet to all corners of Nevada? How do we make sure that Nevadans have access to appropriately updated digital devices so that they can, for example, take advantage of remote work opportunities or online learning opportunities? And how do we make sure that they have the digital skills they need to be able to actually make use of that high-speed internet and those devices? There are some states that have been very proactive in laying out their state vision for how they want to think about this federal funding. So, for example, Colorado, Hawaii, have really been leaders in outlining how they're going to effectively use this money. Nevada has taken some good steps, but I think there is room for the legislature to take advantage of the expertise that your members have. No one knows your districts better than you, and no one knows the gaps in service or the gaps in opportunity that small businesses may be facing in your districts better than you. And so making sure that this committee is keeping a weather eye on how Nevada is implementing this BEAD funding and digital equity funding can help ensure that every corner of the state, and not just the major population centers, is actually benefiting as intended from these federal investments. The other puzzle piece, though, I want to say is, even in urban areas, there are folks who are overlooked and underserved, right? We see it sometimes in what's called multiple dwelling units, right? So apartment buildings or public housing, where on a map, it might look like they have access to high-speed internet, but in reality, if you actually go and survey folks, it turns out that their building got skipped. They don't have access. And that disproportionately affects low-income residents and residents of color. We have plenty of data to show that a higher degree of high-speed internet access and having a computer at home increases labor force participation rates and is correlated with greater economic mobility. It's common sense, right? If you can work from home, perhaps you're a parent or a caregiver, perhaps it's not practical for you to commute a long distance from a rural or remote area. If you have that capacity to do remote work, you have many more economic opportunities open to you. We also have really powerful data on first-generation college students. And again, this probably sounds like common sense, but the research backs it up. If you have an old, slow computer, or if you're trying to write college papers on your smartphone, you are going to have higher stress levels and lower GPA than your classmates who have an up-to-date computer and a large desktop or laptop computer. So Nevada has some really powerful intervention points that this committee can keep its eye on and lean in on to make sure that rural residents and low-income folks all over the state are appropriately served with these investments, which, again, their tax dollars helped to fund through the federal government.
Thank you. So let me just, there are a couple of things that I think this this presentation is will be useful not only today but in the future. And one of them is one that we've been working on. I think we've done pretty good in Nevada. No shade to the brothers, but we have been a female majority legislature since 2019, and we've gotten a lot of things done because when we come to the table, we come ready to work. At any rate. So we're it's not an atom. Don't worry about it. And so we're doing a lot of things. We've done some things, putting in statute the requirement for pay equity. So when we talk about digital, we talk about AI, we talk about all these things. So there's opportunities for pay equity across the board. The other piece is when you talked about a building, multiple dwelling units, a building gets skipped. We also have buildings where there are seniors, and I think the average age of retirement is 63 in Nevada, but then there are some people who are working well into their 70s for whatever the reason. And so as we move more to remote opportunities, employment opportunities, so we should probably try to figure out, and I'm thinking about policy now, figure out what does that look like, and if we can get this across the board equity, regardless of zip code, and regardless of ethnicity, regardless of all of the other things, if we can put the overlay, put the DEI overlay on this, then we can probably capture a lot of our people. Because when people don't work, that means they also cannot contribute to the economy, and it's not just about contributing to the economy, it's about how they feel about themselves. And so if we can help more people get to work, because there are a lot of people who want to, but those jobs are going away. Talk to me, what is it that we can do to make sure that the policies that we're putting in place take into consideration rural communities and underserved communities, as well as senior communities? And I'm just, seniors are probably underserved as well. How can we put together policy that looks at that under the umbrella, or put DEI as a thread weaving in throughout that? Because I think that's probably our best opportunity to improve our employment numbers. I think it's our best opportunity to make sure that 10 years from now, those low-skilled, and I don't mean that pejoratively, low-skilled jobs that have gone away, make sure that those people have something to do, someplace to go, and they are contributing positively to their families and to society. That's a lot to try to digest, but I'm looking at a way that we can make sure we're using statistical data to improve workforce development, while at the same time recognizing that Nevada is probably one of the most diverse states in the country, and so we can't afford to leave anybody behind. So can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, I'm so glad you lifted up those issues. So there are a few things that the legislature can do. The first is to be more specific about the reporting requirements that are going to be attached to your federal digital equity and BEAD funding. The Congress, the federal Congress, has already identified covered populations that every state has to serve with this money. And those covered populations do include older Americans over the age of 60, rural residents, veterans, low-income folks with income below 150% of the poverty line, folks with disabilities, folks with limited English or literacy skills, people of color. So there's a range of populations that states are already on the hook to serve, but the federal government has not been super specific about the data that states will be required to report so that we know how effectively those different communities are being reached under this federal spending. So some state legislatures have gone above and beyond the federal requirements to make sure that they're capturing accurate and disaggregated information. The second thing that you all can do is, as you review or approve any commerce or labor related legislation, ask the question about how it is helping build digital skills and whether it is capturing disaggregated data, whether it's by zip code or by county or by legislative district, so that you can really analyze how successfully it is reaching folks in different parts of the state. Nevada has a lot to be proud of in terms of how you have supported folks in pursuing additional higher education. You have work in the College of Southern Nevada that has been nationally recognized in supporting first-generation college students. So there's a lot of good things that are already happening, but the legislature can provide both oversight and, frankly, some leadership, some bold vision for what would good look like. How do we make sure that as new workforce and small business related legislation is coming in front of your committee, that you're embedding digital skills across that legislation and putting in reporting requirements so that there is some ability for accountability and monitoring to make sure that those investments are reaching those diverse communities that you want to make sure are reached. I'll throw out one more example. So before the federal infrastructure bill was passed, Hawaii's legislature funded their state Department of Labor and Industry to conduct a survey of state residents to get a baseline of digital skills. And their survey is a wealth of resources. And in fact, they included their survey, their telephone survey instrument publicly. So you can sort of look it up, and I'm happy to send you the link to that. But it was a really valuable opportunity for the state to get a snapshot in time to better understand where are we currently and where are we trying to go to make sure that we're not missing. And you might be surprised to know this, but Hawaii has rural areas, right? It's not all the big Honolulu or touristy areas that most of us may think of. And I think, you know, Nevada has collected some data already, but there's always opportunities to go deeper and be more rigorous and say, what's the current snapshot? What does it look like? And how might we get to better for residents, particularly those in rural and remote areas of the state?
Thank you. I'm seeing our director of the Nevada Office of Minority Health and Equity here, and I know that we had a bill in 21 that required funds that come into the state addressing some issues related to pandemics, epidemics, and those sorts of things. And so I think just based upon, I don't remember which slide it was, but based upon one of the slides that you had showed healthcare as not just a need now, but a growing need in the future. So I guess my challenge is going to be to Ms. Deutsch, let's talk about what that looks like from the standpoint of training healthcare workers, because if we can do more with people who are in the communities right now that are underserved, they already have street cred, and so we just train them, and they go back. They understand the population. They understand all of the nuances of the community. But now they have the skill level, and that skill level also increases economic stability, economic security, and now they're back into their own neighborhoods. And I think that's one of the ways that we get to generational wealth. Yes or no? That's a lot, but yeah.
That seems like such an important point. I do want to emphasize two things based on what you just said. The first is in Colorado, the State Office of the Future of Work, which is overseeing their digital skills work, is partnering with their Office of eHealth Equity on exactly these kinds of issues. And it sounds like your commissioner, your Office of Minority Health and Equity is already putting their finger on the pulse of these issues, and that is terrific. One thing that they did in Colorado was they added a digital skills and access question to a health survey that was already going out the door for state residents. And it got them some really powerful information about racial differences in access to telehealth, for example, and so forth. The flip side of that is the healthcare workforce, as you identified. And you know, we have seen AI be adopted in many sections of the healthcare sector already, right? So it's very likely that if any of you went for an X-ray of any kind in the past 10 years, maybe a mammogram, something like that, AI probably helped the radiologic technician analyze your results, right? So that's already been happening. The question is, how do we continue to help healthcare workers upskill once they're already in the workforce, right? This isn't really just about 17 or 18-year-olds coming out of high school and entering the workforce for the first time. It's about existing workers and making sure they have the skills to stay employed as their jobs kind of change underneath their feet. And that is a real challenge. And I can't tell you that there's any state around the country where I'm doing work that has fully figured this out. But it is committees like yours that really have the bird's eye perspective to be able to think from the big picture realm. How do we want this to play out in Nevada? And how do we direct investments and oversight to make sure that it actually does play out that way?
Thank you. Committee members? No questions? I guess I asked them all. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch. I do have some additional questions that we can take offline, but thank you so much for this presentation. It's provided us with a wealth. Thank you. Thank you. We have next agenda item number 7, but it's very close to noon, and so it's not here yet. Okay, so we'll press on. So lunch is not here yet. So let's move on to agenda item 7, presentation on the role of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the changing multicultural landscape and its influence on business implications. Thank you. Ms. Wilhelmina Tribble. And please begin when you are ready. I think I've given you a preview of where my head is, so.
Chair Spearman, committee members, and distinguished guests, I'm honored to be here today to share my thoughts regarding the economic importance of embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as the varied costs of ignoring or rejecting it as it relates to Nevada's businesses. My name is Wilhelmina Tribble, and I'm the president and CEO of Lowe Tribble & Associates and the chief diversity officer of Florida Southern College. I was also born and raised in New York City. And so I am working to make sure that I pronounce Nevada correctly. And so here we go.
If you don't, everybody here stops listening.
I had to smile every time I hear that. So, Madam Chair, I commend you for your selection of this topic and your willingness to have an external professional address your committee. Given the polarization and the mischaracterization of DEI, I'll begin by reminding us of what we mean by DEI, and now DEI-B. B is for belonging. Then comment on what you're doing well, and share some trends and close with some recommendations. So let's start with the definition. Diversity is straightforward. I mean, it's the various ways that people are different: race, gender, religious beliefs, age, etc. That's easy. Diversity is a fact. Equity looks at the needs or circumstances of individuals or groups and provides resources necessary to be successful. We get that confused sometimes with equality, which means providing the same for all. Equity is adjusting imbalances. Think about free or discounted broadband services in low-income areas so that they can use the internet to do their jobs from home. Equity is a choice. Inclusion puts diversity into practice, where employees at all levels are engaged. This is essential for businesses to retain their talent and unlock the power of their diverse workforce. Inclusion is an action. Belonging is the new kid on the block. It's a feeling. It's that space where all people, regardless of our differences, feel welcome and accepted. When employees have a feeling of belonging, trends are upward for attendance, productivity, creativity, and likely profitability. Belonging is an outcome. So given these definitions, the outlook for Nevada. I knew I was going to screw that up.
It's just like apple.
It's so hard.
Yeah, the A is like the apple. Nevada.
Like
yeah.
So given these definitions, the outlook for Nevada businesses with the integration of DEI and B is promising and exciting. Nevada's on the right track, and there are 3 descriptors that, for me, capture your business relationship with DEI and B. The first is quiet success. Quiet success is Nevada moving forward and growing in DEI and B without fanfare. That's quiet success. Until I researched Nevada, who knew that 2 of Nevada's 7 public colleges and universities had African-American presidents? Dr. Deleon Pollard, the first African-American woman president of Nevada State University. By being there in that position, she gives recognition and power to women and women of color, signaling that Nevada values women as leaders. Not to mention the 60% of the university of NSU is diverse. The student body is diverse. Dr. Keith Whitfield, the president of UNLV, is the first Black president in 63 years. And who knew that Nevada's professional football team, the Raiders, and I lived in Oakland for 10 years, so I'm a fan. So who knew that the Raiders had the first woman of color as an NFL president? Nevada has taken credit for, or can, I should say, take credit for preparing Ms. Sandra Douglas Morgan for this role, after supporting her as the first woman of color to chair Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Lastly, who knew that Northern Nevada announced a Black Community Collective, an organization formed to support Black-owned businesses in Reno? This signals to underrepresented business owners that Northern Nevada is prepared and committed. These are just a few examples of decisions you made that demonstrate where DEI are part of your landscape. That quiet success is getting louder and louder, and it's good for business. The second descriptor that came to mind as I looked more closely at Nevada's business success is smart-minded. You're willing to make sometimes tough, even risky, yet smart decisions for Nevada. Here are 3 solid examples. Sports. Sports naturally diversify a community and bring together all types of people that may not otherwise see commonality. You made a huge, risky change to Nevada's entertainment industry. You went from no professional sports to an NFL, NHL, WNBA team, and then a Super Bowl host. By the way, it was fantastic. I was here. It was incredible. With baseball and basketball in the wings. This has added new reason for people to come here, and not just to see these sports, but to live and do business here. That's diversity and inclusion. The second is industrial projects. NevadaBusiness.com said, and I quote, "Industrial projects at both ends of the state, especially big box warehouse and distribution facilities, play a pivotal role in diversifying Nevada's tourism-dependent economy," unquote. New industries bring new people. New people bring diverse perspectives. The third, the Energize Nevada initiative. One way Nevada is leading the nation in economic diversification is through the growth of the sector related to energy transformation. Looking at the lithium supply chain alone, which includes clean mining, extraction, manufacturing, research and development, recycling, and construction, requires a varied workforce. As this investment continues to scale, so will a wide spectrum of job opportunities. These are just a few obvious examples of smart-minded business decisions that support DEIB. The third descriptor is it's being hospitable, and that's a natural for you. Nevada keeps redefining what it means to be welcome and to create lasting memories for its visitors, whether on a tight budget or a high-end luxury, business or fun. Nevada delivers. You have a diverse hospitality workers across many entertainment choices, allowing guests to have a better chance at a sense of belonging no matter where they go. You know how to please return customers and entice new customers. You have gaming and non-gaming activities. You have adult entertainment and family-friendly activities. You have sports and spas. But the key here is that within each of these sectors, multiple languages are spoken, different religions are represented, and culinary choices are plentiful. This example of diversity and inclusion is intrinsic to being a leader in hospitality, and it's good for Nevada businesses. These three descriptors are powerful, and you should be proud of what you've done to date. So let's look at a few trends for 2024 and ahead, all of which will affect Nevada directly. Demographics are changing. This year, Harvard Business Review stated that as soon as 2030, the U.S. workforce will be a non-white majority, with labor shortages continuing and the need for everybody, including women, LGBTQ+, the older population, and those with disabilities, will be amplified. Second, a shift from talent acquisition to talent access, and you heard a little about this earlier. And with the labor shortages, the demand for specific skills is getting harder to meet. That means that we need to look at updated hiring approaches. For example, a hotel chain may have a requirement for 7 years for a particular position. And so that's so that a person can just walk in and just do the job. And that's nice. But if you have 6 years, you may be eliminated from consideration. So what about the person with 5 years of maybe airport experience? With little time and training, they could likely make the transition to be a very good employee. So you're going to see kind of a shift in the hiring thing, in its hiring potential, and then training them to do the job that you need to have. And then, of course, we've heard it today in every presentation, and that's in artificial intelligence. And we've heard about applications, we've heard about governance, and we've heard about services. But AI has a DEI component, as the chair pointed out earlier. And this quote encapsulates the interdependencies between AI and DEI, and it is unmitigated bias in AI algorithms can perpetuate and amplify existing inequities, that's the E, widening the inclusion gap, that's the I, for underrepresented groups, that's the D. So let me say that again. Unmitigating bias in AI algorithms can perpetuate and amplify existing inequities, widening the inclusion gap for underrepresented groups. As we rely on AI for efficiencies, we must eliminate biases that may inadvertently harm our employees and customers, taint our product output, skew our communications, and impact the bottom line. So let me end with where I started and offer a few suggestions. Using the 3 descriptors I previously mentioned, your quiet success, your smart-mindedness, and your leadership in being hospitable, just a word about how we can advance them even more. Let's move from quiet success to amplified messaging and recognition. Consider documenting and communicating your successes. Tell your DEIB story through your business sector. And if you don't tell it, someone else will, and you can lose control of your message. For example, create an annual DEIB recognition award for small, medium, and large businesses. This will create competition and creativity and publicize your actions. Next, build on your smart-mindedness, your smart-minded decisions, and include an intrinsic DEIB philosophy. Show that your DEIB is natural and rooted, not forced or mandated. Make a DEI row on your business culture. Make it a row, not a column that's easily chopped off. And I can tell you from Florida, I know about the chopping off of DEI. And so, no, seriously, make it a row embedded across the organization, not a column. Consider an annual state level training for businesses on cultural appropriation so it continues to be foundational. Training is key. I'll give you an example. No food festivals during Ramadan, simple as that. But those kinds of cultural pieces of information about groups coming to the state. And lastly, elevate being hospitable by broadening your view of hospitality. Focus on the full ecosystem that supports an influx of businesses and diverse families. Are your support structures in place? For example, are the schools prepared to offer new families coming into the state a competitive education? Is the transportation system available or able to handle the increased population? And are multicultural community programs funded? Again, I commend you for staying above the DEIB fray, and I commend you for your quiet successes, your smart-minded decisions, and your leadership in being hospitable. However, be careful. Don't be complacent. Rather, treat the changing demographics as an economic and social advantage. Continue to be a leader. Look for ways to improve and ward off mistakes that can be avoided through training, communication, and embracing all elements of D, E, I, and B. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Committee, questions, comments? No? Come on, y'all. I just have Ms. Tribble, right?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Tribble, Nevada. Just a couple of things. If you're going to take that on the road anywhere, you might want to also include the fact that Nevada has the most expansive equal rights amendment in the country. We passed that constitutional amendment in 22. There's no other state that covers all of the aspects of Nevada life and people. So it's our constitutional amendment. And something that I know we had a we had a BDR, and this is probably going to work. This will work well with our veterans and senior citizens and adults with disability. But we had a bill that we passed last session, same state as model employer. And so when you put the piece in there about disability, I'll make sure we pick that up. I chair that committee too, so I'll make sure that we pick that up as well. And last but not least, we had the first female majority leader to appoint the first female president pro tem. So as you go across the country, I keep telling people, you know, in Nevada, we're doing the thing.
I mean, you got it. I mean, really, you got it. And the wonderful part is you have all of these things going on that DEI is just a natural. It's a natural across it. So tell your story, you know, just tell it and just be the leader that you are. Just keep going.
So let me ask you this. We're a small state. But we're getting some things done. So the direction that we're going in, there are a lot more companies that are looking at Nevada, not just sports teams. So is there any, are there any suggestions you might make that would help us? I know we need to do more with respect to supporting diversity and diverse support systems for diversity. But is there anything else that we might look at in terms of making sure that we are shoring up opportunities for economic diversification and security?
There's a bill that you just passed that requires a $1,200 fee to do business on the sidewalk. Here's an example of equity. Why not, or how about letting them have a payment plan for those that don't make enough? I mean, if they're just starting out, they may not have $1,200 to pay for that. So is there a way? And that's an example of using equity, of providing resources so that they can start at a level pace. And so that's one thing that I can suggest. And that's very current. Anything else?
I think that's probably all.
Yeah, I just say that you're very lucky. It's nice here. It's very friendly. Everybody is friendly, and it's such a delightful change, you know, to just walk through a place and people are saying hello, and you can tell the difference between a genuine hello and a hello, you know, just one of those. And it's happened in just the 2 days that I've been here. It's very, very noticeable. So I would say show people who you are through your diversity and do it through your businesses, and you're going to be fine.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Committee questions, comments? Nobody? Okay. All right. Thank you again, and welcome to Nevada.
Okay. Yeah, thank you to Nevada.
Okay. All right. Okay. So lunch is not here. Shall we take about a 5-minute bathroom break? And then we'll come back. So we will be in recess and be back in about, it's 12:12 now, so let's get back here about 12:18. Okay? We're in recess. Okay, welcome back. And I understand that lunch is just, excuse me, Senator Stone. Hello, Senator Stone. And we're just waiting on him to get off the phone. Can we resume? Okay, thank you, sir. So lunch is here, and we will break for about 30 minutes. It's 20 minutes after 12 now, so let's be back. I said 30 minutes, so if we can get back here just under 10 minutes till, that would be great. We've got 2 presentations left, and certainly appreciate you all for hanging out with us this morning, and we will be back. We're in recess. We are back, and thank you all for your indulgence as we got something for strength. So now we are on agenda item number 8, presentation on cultural competency training conducted by agents and employees of certain medical facilities and the system for rating certain healthcare facilities and compliance with certain requirements relating to staffing. So, Mr. Schubert.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Paul Schubert, S-H-U-B-E-R-T. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present this information to the committee. And I'll just go ahead and jump in here and get started. I have a couple of objectives here. Please forgive the inaccurate Assembly Bill number there. It's actually Assembly Bill 267, and you'll see that throughout the slideshow as I go forward. Anyways, to provide an overview of the progress of the implementation of AB 267 on cultural competency training, and also to provide information about the statutes regarding star rating for staffing requirements in hospitals. So just an overview of AB 267. It modified and clarified who must be trained, and it indicates that any agent or employee of a facility that has direct patient contact at least once each week, or who oversees such an agent or employee. It also describes circumstances when the facility is not required to provide training, and that's when any agent or employee who has completed cultural competency as continuing education for their individual professional license. Then it requires regulations to set forth the frequency of cultural competency training, and our current regulations, the proposed regulations, set that frequency at least 2 hours within 90 days of hire, and then biennially thereafter. It also modified some requirements with regards to the Office of Minority Health and Equity. There's a requirement for them to list approved cultural competency courses on an internet website, and it requires NOMI to distribute a list of the approved CCT courses to licensed healthcare facilities. And currently, NOMI has a link on its website which lists those approved courses. It also modified requirements for DHHS to approve or deny approval of any CCT course that has been submitted within 10 days, 10 business days, that is, after submission. So that's a tight schedule for us to achieve, but we've got a plan to make that happen. It also requires DHHS to report through LCB to this committee and the Committee on Health and Human Services before October 1st of each year, the average length of time that it takes for us to approve those CCT courses in the immediately preceding year. And then finally, it modified requirements for specific professions regarding the hours really required for cultural competency training. And so the professions that are listed in the bill are nursing, psychological examiners, marriage and family therapists, and clinical professional counselors, social workers, and alcohol and drug gambling counselors, and applied behavior analysts. And so this is the implementation that we've worked on. So far, the Bureau has drafted the modifications to our current cultural competency training regulations to implement requirements in AB 267. So we established requirements for the course time and frequency, which I discussed earlier. We recognized the requirement to ensure the responsible state agency can review the cultural competency training submissions within those 10-day allowance. it establishes new language that allows some flexibility within the development of courses so that they can be done in a modular fashion, if you will, rather than just a one-time bolus of all the information. And then we we eliminated the requirement for healthcare facilities to report the specific CCT course that the facility will use. And this is to accommodate facilities in allowing them to use different courses at different times so that they don't have their employees take that same course year after year or biennially over time. So this is where we're at. We drafted the new regulations. We conducted a small business impact study and developed a small business impact statement. We held public workshops for the regulations, and we have posted the notice for the public hearing, which will occur on June 7th for the adoption of the regulations. And now I'll kind of shift gears and go into the discussion about staffing star rating requirements for hospitals. So as you can see, the NRS requires us to rate hospitals by a star rating system. And so we set up regulations that would allow us to do that. And those were ratified in January of 2019. And very simply, if there's no deficiencies when we conduct an investigation or inspection at a facility with regards to staffing requirements, then the facility has a 5-star rating. If there's at least one deficiency with severity level 1, so that's an administrative requirement, then it drops their star rating to 4 stars, and you can see so on and so forth down to a single star if there's a severity level 4, which means that harm has actually occurred. In addition to the star rating scheme, the regulations establish criteria for the size and placement of the placard that we issue to facilities for that star rating system. And as you can see, there's a requirement that it's at least letter size signage, and that it's at least 20-point type, and that it contains certain specific language with regards to who is actually providing this star rating. And so this is just a little information about the 31 hospitals that actually are located in Washoe or Clark County that are required to have the star rating with regards to staffing requirements. And so we've issued the 31 placards. 20 of those facilities are 5-star facilities and 11 are 4 stars, and we don't have any lesser or fewer star ratings for facilities. And I believe that ends my presentation, so if you have questions, I would certainly love to answer them for you.
Committee, questions? Anyone? Yeah. Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple curiosity questions. On you're doing the regulations for AB 267. Have you had much input from the public, from the businesses? And you haven't had the public hearing yet, I know, correct?
That's correct.
But you have opened up for a written response. That's
absolutely.
I'm just curious because I've had input from them.
Yes, if I may, Chair, through you to the Assemblyman.
Just go direct. Go direct.
Thank you. Actually, this has been one of the a regulation set that we've received probably the most feedback from industry, from the public, from also the trainers, the training organizations or programs that are out there. It's been a plethora of information, both written and in the public comments that we received, as well as comments on the small business impact statements or small business impact study that we conducted. We have received a lot of information and tried to compile or collate that information so that we could address things and make the necessary changes that we needed to in accordance with AB 267, but still maintain what we felt would be an effective system of approving programs and making sure that those programs were going to be effective in providing training.
Would it be possible, you're going to have, I know, a public hearing up north, north-south, and out Ely or Elko. Would you, if you stick around, I'd like to make sure you have my email address, because I really would like to attend the public hearing. And I will be honest with you, I don't sit and watch the board every day to see once you've put things up. So I would appreciate if I give you my email to let me know, and I'd try to make sure or try to work my schedule to attend. The other question I had is, you're going to do the star ratings on just Clark, Washoe counties. Do you think we'll expand that out, or?
Well, currently, Assemblyman, the statutory requirement is only for counties with 400,000 or more, and that's why we only do Clark and Washoe. If the statute was to change, then I suppose we would do it on the more rural counties. I think the intent, though, is to ensure that in those counties where there should be a sufficient number of nurses, CNAs to work in facilities, that facilities are going through their staffing plan and making sure that they're staffing in accordance with those plans and that they've set up those committees. Whereas the rural hospitals, it's obviously more difficult for them to find staffing. It's still a necessity for them to have sufficient staffing to provide services, but I don't know that it's a necessity to have that same requirement.
I hear you. I'm just it's not a question, Chair, if I may. Whether it's Clark County, Washoe County, White Pine County, Carson, Douglas, all of them have trouble attaining. We have a nurses shortage. You name the medical provider. I was out last night here in Las Vegas in the community. I was talking to some x-ray technicians. Not enough of them. They're working overtime. It's this and that. I don't care. We're short, period.
Absolutely.
And that's going to lead up to the question. You do take that in consideration of what is available out in the market, because the pie's only that big. In Washoe County, with the new hospitals opening up, it's very difficult. You'll take one from that hospital to that.
And we see it over and over, whether it's Washoe or Clark or anywhere else. A new facility opens up and staff tend to move, or the new facility offers some bonus that isn't at their current facility, and so they'll go. And like you said, it's across the board for the professions. The shortage is recognized in the industry and elsewhere.
Is any of that taken into consideration when you do your star ratings? Is the shortage for them on staffing?
We don't necessarily take the shortages into account because the rating is more based on, did you set up your committee in accordance with the statutory requirements? Did you develop a plan, your staffing plan? And then, of course, did you follow the plan? And the difficult piece of that is following the plan and having the sufficient staffing. But
I appreciate it, and thank you for the time, Chair, and giving me such freedom on the questions.
Yeah, not a problem. So I think 2019, that was my bill. And so the whole idea behind that bill was because you had people going into hospitals that they didn't know, like a restaurant. If someone sees a C, you usually don't go there to that restaurant and eat. And so we wanted to make sure that consumers knew when they went into the hospital what that star rating was. And you had several, shall I say, that CMS is the one that does the star rating?
They also do a star rating,
Okay,
yes.
yeah, and so you had several that people, by reputation, people thought this was a really good hospital, but the number of inconsistencies with quality, I'll put it that way, were numerous. And so as a way to advise consumers, you're going into this hospital, you should be able to, and by the way, I've not seen that. It's supposed to be that the entrance, the main entrance, and it's supposed to be at the emergency room, and I've checked several times, and they're not doing it.
Yeah, actually, at all entrances used by the public. So.
Yeah, so that was the idea, and the staffing models were a part of that, but the staffing came in 2017. I think that was my bill too, 2017 for nurse-patient ratios. But we've always been short, and that's been the issue. And it's the shortage of nurses or medical staff, medical support staff, is that way around the world. So that's why I was pressing so hard this morning when we were talking about DEI and what we need to be doing to make sure that we're reaching back and building a bench, so to speak. So that was the whole idea about that. So it's not to penalize the hospital. It is to make sure that consumers know when they go into a hospital what kind of hospital, what is the rating. What is the rating there? Because you had some hospitals that by the time they did the evaluation only came up with like 1.5 stars.
Yeah.
And people were going into those hospitals and didn't know it, and they thought that the name of the hospital meant it had a good reputation. So that was the genesis for that. Does that answer your question?
Oh, I'm not.
No. I'm saying I just want to make sure you understood the genesis. Yeah.
It's very interesting to me. Where was I? Yeah, it does answer. My main curiosity is because of CMS, as you were saying, and their ratings and the consideration that we have. The hospitals always try to look at what their population is going to be and budget or staff accordingly. It's not a consistent, almost hour to hour. So that was just my curiosity, is some of those extraneous activities or influencers into their staffing levels and the shortage that we have. And I agree with you about you said a worldwide shortage. My biggest concern, as yours is, for Nevada, and our citizens are visitors here. So, and that's why I really wish, I strongly believe we have to recruit, but we're all recruiting and in competition. The various hospitals, whatever it may be. So, yes, thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair?
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here today. Are you able to provide us with the 20 hospitals that received the 5-star rating and the 11 that received the 4-star rating? And you don't have to do it today. If you can just submit it to the committee secretary.
Absolutely.
So the entire committee can have it.
I will do that.
Thank you so much.
And Assemblyman, I do have your email, so I'll send you the information about the public hearing.
I greatly appreciate that.
No
Try
worries.
to give me more than a week's notice, though.
No worries.
Assemblyman Torres?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Obviously, I have a lot of interest in AB 267, as that was my bill during the last legislative cycle, so it's good to kind of hear an update. And I know that I've received multiple issues that have reached out during the regulatory process, but I really look forward to seeing the regulations once those are finalized, and I look forward to seeing the hearing that has that public comment as well. My question, and this was something that had come up during the legislative cycle, is if whether or not we know if all of the professions that were impacted regarding 267, which is on slide 6, whether or not all of those have updated the licensing requirements on their websites. I know that this was an issue in 2021 when we had a bill that required the 2 cultural competency credit hours, and once we increased it to the 6. So I'm wondering where they are at in updating those sites, because there were several professions that did not update it at all in 2019, and that was concerning.
I appreciate the question, and unfortunately, I don't have an answer with regards to the professions. We don't regulate them; we regulate the facilities. But I can get back with you and provide an answer to that.
Thank you. And I know obviously that you don't oversee that, but it would be very helpful to us as well.
Understood.
Thanks.
Additional questions or comments? So you're correct. It's supposed to be at every entrance, but I barely see them at the main one at the emergency room. And I think part of what I put in that bill was non-compliance would put their licensure in jeopardy. And you may just want to send a note out to people and let them know that that's really, it's not a suggestion, it's the law.
And Chair, we can certainly do that. We can send through our listserv, a technical bulletin to make sure you're posting this stuff.
Yeah. And by the way, legislators are not the only ones that look for these sorts of things. There are some other people. There are ordinary folks. Not that we're not ordinary, but there's some consumers that would be looking for this. And it's a whole lot better if they just come on and do it than if a consumer says you're, out of compliance. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okie dokie, we're winding down here, or winding up. We'll go down to agenda item number 9, presentation on the annual report regarding Nevada's service contract industry. And so DOI is up north. I don't see anybody down here. Okay, in Carson City?
Yes, thank you, Chair Spearman.
Yes? Okay, I'm just waiting for the screen to change so we can see you.
Should be going. Let me know when you are ready.
We are ready, but the screen is not show. Okay, I see the DOI. Okay. Begin when you're ready. I was just kind of waiting to see if they were going to put the camera on you, but I see they have it on the slide. So there we go. Thank you.
No problem.
Begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Spearman. For the record, my name is Adam Plain. I am the Insurance Regulation Liaison for the Nevada Division of Insurance. With me today is Derek Dennis.
There's something going on with your mic. We can barely hear you.
Oh, let me. If I get closer, does that help?
I can't hear you now. Well, can you switch chairs?
Yes.
Let's try with another mic.
Is this working better?
It must be something going. Broadcast, can you all check those mics? It's important for us to hear, but I know that it's equally, if not important. I mean, it's equally as important for those who are trying to listen, especially those who are listening online. We'll just wait. There's going to be a couple of minutes. Let them work on it, because I just want to make sure these are public hearings for a reason, so the public can hear it. And if the public can't hear it, then right? Okay. So yeah, we'll do a quick recess, and broadcast. Let us know when we can come back in. We're in recess.
Test.
Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. How do I sound in Vegas?
Looks good. Sounds good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, we are back. Let's try this again. Item number 9, report regarding Nevada's service contract energy. Now, let's see. Please begin.
Thank you, Chair Spearman. For the record, my name is Adam Plain. I'm the Insurance Regulation Liaison for the Nevada Division of Insurance. With me today is Derek Dennis. He is our subject matter expert on the service contract industry. Before I begin, I just want to apologize on behalf of Commissioner Kipper that he was unavailable to attend today. That was a scheduling error on my part. He is in Washington, D.C., meeting with our federal delegation on insurance matters related to Nevadans and expressed his regret. So getting started, the primary reason we are here today is to present results from our reporting relating to Senate Bill 436 from the most recent 2023 legislative session. So our first slide just gives a brief overview of what was contained in Senate Bill 436 and the type of information that we are presenting to the legislature on the service contract industry. Moving on to the next slide is a brief overview of our compliance with the provisions of Senate Bill 436. In September of last year, we issued a bulletin, number 23-001, addressing compliance with the provisions of the bill and what service contract providers needed to do generally to comply with the statutes of Nevada. On September 28th of 2023, we sent a data call to all registered service contract providers in the state to start collecting data based on the 2022 calendar year. And we required that that data be submitted to the division by November 30th of 2023. In terms of compliance, we sent this data call to 243 registered service contract providers with that first date of September 28th. We sent a reminder on November 13th and an additional reminder on November 27th. After those three, the initial data call and two reminders were sent, we had 214 registered service contract providers respond with the data requested. The 29 non-compliant registered service contract providers were issued orders to compel and to receive that data. We issued $85,500 in fines against those non-compliant service contract providers, which was collected and sent to the State General Fund. And as a result of those orders to compel, the 29 non-compliant providers did eventually send in the data required. So looking at the scope of the service contract industry in Nevada, I think it's important to pause for a moment and talk about what a service contract is and what it isn't. Service contract, there are several stipulations in state law covering what a service contract is and isn't. Some of the things you may be familiar with, if you buy a product, often like electronics, you go into a retail store, or if you buy from an online retailer, maybe you're buying that new video game console for a family member or for yourself, and they ask you, do you want to buy protection for this for 1 year for $50 or 2 years for $75? That protection plan is a service contract. If you get those emails, contact us about your auto's extended warranty. Technically, that is a service contract. It's a agreement to offer repairs from someone other than the initial manufacturer or seller of the vehicle. If you purchase a new home or purchase a home, the previous owner may include a service contract for repair of the refrigerator or the range or the washer dryer. Typically, a service contract has to be on a good that has a value of $250 or more. There are certain things that are excluded. Inherent, like manufacturer warranties, are excluded. They are not service contracts. Generally speaking, items included in manufactured housing are also not service contracts. So continuing on then, we looked at the data provided to us by the service contract industry, and they reported to us a total of $689,400,000 of revenue collected industry-wide in the state of Nevada in calendar year 2022. Off of that revenue, the service contract providers reported $175,500,000 in claims paid on service contracts in calendar year 22. The service contract providers reported to us that they received a total of 4,653 complaints from contract holders directed to the service contract providers themselves. The Division of Insurance ourselves received 594 consumer complaints in 2022. The next slide is the requested breakdown by county. You can see, probably as expected based on population, the bulk of service contracts sold within the state of Nevada were in Clark County, with Washoe County coming in a fairly distant second, and the remainder of the counties quite a bit behind that as well. There is an interesting item here. Nevada has 17 counties. We have 18 rows on the chart. Current statute does not require service contract providers to obtain an address for service contract holders. In most cases, they're encouraged to do so. If they do get that address, there are other requirements around the retention of that address. But we did have 512,000 service contracts sold in Nevada that did not have the contract holder's address information attached to them. Next chart breaks down the growth of the service contract provider industry in Nevada over the last 20 or so years. You can see we've had a steady increase in the number of registered service contract providers with the Division of Insurance. And I think that, again, probably correlates fairly closely to population growth and general increase of market share. Our next slide breaks down the number of service contracts and the number of service contract providers by contract type. You can see on this particular chart that the vast majority, again, of service contracts are for consumer electronics, your mobile phones, video game consoles, personal computers, laptop computers, tablets, any of those types of items. People will quite often purchase service contracts because they understand that water damage, screen breakage, whatnot, lead to repair expenses that they don't necessarily want to take on themselves. Our next slide is it's a little bit of a busy chart. I apologize for that. Hopefully the non-PowerPoint version that you might have in front of you is a little easier to read. But it does give a more of a breakdown of the complaints that the Division of Insurance received from service contract holders and how they can be categorized into various buckets, and then a definition of why we've called them this and placed them into these categories. Again, most of our complaints that we receive relate to claims handling practices. Typically, the consumer disagrees with whether an item or a particular claim is covered or not, or the value of the covered claim. Sometimes the division is able to work on the consumer's behalf, talk with the service contract provider, receive more favorable adjudication of the claim for the consumer. It really depends on the specific information for each consumer's case. But as a consumer protection agency, we do receive quite a few calls from consumers asking us to step in and assist them in their claims processes. And that is the end of the very brief slideshow based on the requirements of the Senate bill. We would be happy to field any questions that you have about the data, the bill, the service contract industry. Yeah, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Committee, questions? Okay. Yeah, it's just me and you today, okay?
Mr. Plain, thank you very much for a very informative presentation. Could you just, on the one slide, I forget the number, but it had to do with the number of complaints. The 4,600 something, those were complaints, then you mentioned that your office received 500 and something complaints. Who got the 4,006?
Thank you, Assemblyman O'Neill. For the record, Adam Plain. Those 4,653 complaints that you're referencing are complaints from consumers to the service contract providers. So something wasn't being handled quickly enough, or there was a claim denial, and so they called their contract provider directly and complained with them.
So they weren't claims, they were the complaints about their claims then?
Correct.
That's what I was trying to get some better understanding. So out of the 594 that you received, were you able to identify, were there any repeat offenders or a high number that one company was exceeding everybody else outside of the norm?
Thank you, Assemblyman. For the record, Adam Plain. We do have a couple service contract providers that had probably an outsized number of complaints lodged with the division. I don't have the information as to which specific contract providers that is on hand, but there are.
That's fine. Because the follow-up question I was going to ask you, are you taking any action or to address that situation and protect our consumers, our citizens?
For the record, Adam Plain. We do, when we get a consumer complaint, we adjudicate each complaint on an individual basis. So in those instances where we're able to...
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
It's a little bit better, not much. Broadcast, what's going on here? You want to see if the mic next to you, is that better? Or?
Can you hear me better at this mic?
Yeah, much better, much better.
Okay,
yes.
perfect.
Proceed, please.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Adam Plain. To your question, Assemblyman, we do adjudicate each complaint from consumers on an individual basis, trying to evaluate the specific terms of their contract, what the service contract provider should be held to. We do have examination authority over service contract providers. If it comes to a point where there is a locus or critical mass of complaints that are not being resolved appropriately, the division does have the ability to do an examination, issue fines, potentially revoke the certificate of registration of the service contract provider. My understanding is at this time, while we have a few service contract providers that have a disproportionately large number of complaints, nothing has yet risen to the level of needing to take such drastic action.
Thank you, Chair, for the time.
So mine would be a follow-on to that. You said nothing has risen to the point of taking drastic action. What would that point be?
For the record, Adam Plain, Nevada Division of Insurance. I hate to offer a little bit of a wishy-washy answer, Madam Chair, but
Can you give us an example? Yeah.
Typically, we'd be looking at either a large enough mass of complaints that are not resolved appropriately, or something potentially just so egregious that it offends all sensibilities. A service contract provider, if the average service contract provider receives 5 complaints to the Nevada Division of Insurance in a calendar year, a service contract provider that receives 10 times that number, 50 complaints, might warrant an examination by division staff or third-party examiners. Depending on the violations, if any, found during such an examination, it really comes down to what are the nature of the violations found? Would an administrative fine or penalty be appropriate? Generally speaking, as a regulatory agency, while we have the hammer of revocation of a certificate of registration, certificate of authority, it's not a tool that is used lightly because there are other considerations involved. So I know that's probably not a satisfactory answer for your question, but to a certain degree, it comes down to the old Supreme Court response of it's hard to define, but you know it when you see it.
Yeah, so one of the reasons I brought this bill was because I was getting a lot of complaints from constituents that had purchased, and usually a home warranty is usually about the largest or the most expensive investment after the mortgage that someone makes, and they make that with a company, the contract being that I'm going to pay you X number of dollars, and when any of these items that are covered under the warranty are not working or whatever, you'll come and fix it, and if it's at the place where it can't be fixed, then you'll replace it. And there was one particular company that I had about 4 different complaints on for major appliances, and they simply wouldn't respond to the consumer. And so that's why I asked, what is the threshold? If a company receives, if the normal is 5 and a company receives 10 times that many, that's kind of like where there's smoke, isn't there fire?
For the record, Adam Plain, yes, that is true. There is a expectation that when the Division of Insurance receives a complaint from a consumer and we reach out to a service contract provider on that consumer's behalf, that the service contract provider is going to respond to us. Absent a response from them, that's when additional regulatory action can be taken. In terms of like I said, critical mass, the individual cases vary, and it's hard to put a number on it to say 6 complaints in a year or 25% more complaints than the average. Our consumer services staff down in Las Vegas handles those calls and those complaints on a daily basis, and they do a very good job of making those determinations of when it needs to be elevated to market enforcement for additional action. But it is very difficult to put a specific threshold on any particular number of what might trigger a regulatory action.
So then my next question would be, depending upon the egregiousness, but some of that would probably include, I'm not an attorney, I don't play one on TV, but let me just try this. Theft by deception. Someone has paid $600 for a home warranty, and one of the appliances goes out, and the appliance, replacing the appliance would be, let's say, $200. But the contract company just refuses to deal with them. I don't know what $400 looks like, but it seems to me that that would be something that should probably be referred to the AG's office or to some other law enforcement, however the statute reads, and maybe legal, you can help me with that, since we're talking about people operating in the state. The other thing, though, is you all send out bulletins. You all send out bulletins to those to companies that are operating in Nevada?
For the record, Adam Plain, that is correct. We do issue bulletins.
Okay. What you might want to do, and it's under NRS 598.0973. NRS 598.0973. And that statute provides for additional civil penalties for committing a deceptive trade practice against a person 60 years or older. And I would encourage you all to include that in at least your next 3 bulletins, so that people understand that in Nevada we're not playing when it comes to seniors and other vulnerable people in our community, because the the people that called me were all over 65, and they couldn't. One had a water heater that went out. Another had an air conditioner that went out, and they were asthmatic, and the contracting company just refused to take the call. And this person was like 78. So I can't tell you what to do, but I would strongly encourage you all to let people know that when you do something like this, if you take people's money, there is an expectation that as money changes hands, then the service will be provided. Does that make sense to you?
For the record, Adam Plain, yes, ma'am, that makes perfect sense.
And also, one of the things we didn't include it in this briefing, but if you could get back with us and let us know what the process is with respect to any criminal things, that criminal actions, actions that could be placed upon these people. I sure like to know that, because as I said before, you know, if I had 5, there are probably some other people that wish they knew who to call but didn't know who to call, and so that's why I brought the bill. You know, in plain and simple terms, I just want to make sure that everybody that does business in Nevada, whatever they put up there is their mission statement, that ought to be their mission. And if they're not capable of doing it, or have decided they don't want to do it again, then they need to change the mission statement. And this is not toward you, but you know, the people that came to me, it was heartbreaking to listen to those stories. And the other people who kind of said, when you said, you know, give us this information, and they kind of shot back to you, well, we don't believe you. When you told them that water was wet, was there anything that you all did to make sure that the next time the request goes out that they were compliant?
For the record, Adam Plain, perfectly understood your point, Senator Spearman. Yes, so we did issue fines to the service contract providers that refused initially or failed initially to provide the data under this data request. I think they've been put on notice that compliance with this request and this reporting going forward are a mandatory item, and that additional fines and potentially escalating penalties will ensue in the future if compliance is not met. I did want to say too, like you said earlier, I am not an attorney. My understanding, and we will get you a more definitive answer based on your request. My understanding is that most of the provisions of Title 57, the Nevada Insurance Code, do not necessarily come with criminal penalties attached to them. Most of our regulatory authority is as a civil regulatory body. We do have an ongoing relationship, as you know, as a legislative body with the Attorney General's office, and can make referrals to the Attorney General's office on issues as needed. I will get you a more definitive answer, though, on your question about criminality of violating any of these particular statutes.
Yeah, thank you. And not to belabor the point, and that's where I was going with this. But the people who contacted me don't have unlimited financial means, and I'm just wanting to make sure that, you know, people understand this is how you do business in Nevada. And if you can't do that, then, you know, we need to make sure that we open up a kind of act right on you, and the next place you go, you will do business the right way. And so I'm concerned, because I'm looking at the most vulnerable populations, and if this is happening to them, what is happening to people who are not 60, who are not 50s? What's happening to them? Because nobody can afford to put out $600, $800 a year, you know, for a homeowner's warranty, and then not get the service provided. So please don't take it personal. It's just that when, you know, I get these people calling me, and I think there's a certain place in hell for people who do that to older people. So, any questions? Comments? I think that's probably it. Oh, one more thing. If I can make a suggestion on your front page, you said there were some who had an outsized number of complaints. Is there any way to put them up on your front page? Is that a policy decision that you all can make, or you would need to go higher? But I think when people go to the various agencies, state agencies, if there was some place that they could go to and say, this is somebody that, if I'm doing my due diligence, I don't want to do business with them because they have a lot of complaints or whatever. Is that something that you do or something you might consider?
For the record, Adam Plain, Chair Spearman, I do not know what the applicability of complaint data to Nevada's public records law is. I'm not an expert in public records law. I can definitely check with our staff and see what the applicability is. Speak with Commissioner Kipper about the appetite for making that sort of posting. I did want to mention too, if you'll permit me, as legislators, when you receive constituent phone calls or inquiries about the insurance industry, service contract providers, anything that might be related to the Nevada Insurance Code, Title 57, please feel free to refer them to us, to our consumer services folks. Refer to us yourselves for questions and inquiries. I think that there is a feeling that our particular agency flies under the radar to a certain degree. There was a opinion in the Las Vegas Review-Journal a week or two ago praising the division's consumer services staff for helping this particular consumer with their issue, and they said it's a quote-unquote little-known agency, and we shouldn't be a little-known agency. I have worked with several legislators in the 8 months since I've been on this job. If you have constituent questions, inquiries, problems, please refer them to us so we can assist them.
No worries, you all are on my speed dial. But like I said, by the time it gets to me, the person or the people are exasperated and they don't know who else to call. So one of the things that might help you with your notoriety is putting those names of people who are dubious, to say the least, actors on the front page. Because one of the things that happens when people know that there's a penalty that will be paid, they're not so willing to take the kind of risk that some folks who have been operating in Nevada have taken, especially when you start taking money from older people. So that may be something to help. Any questions, comments? Yeah, okay, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make a quick comment that Mr. Plain, I think, did an outstanding job, and we've had several conversations lately, particularly on issues on homeowners and fires insurance, and he represents the agency well. The one comment I would make is, and suggestion, is looking at doing PSAs on the radio. We need to advertise you, I think, a little bit more, because you just said you got good reviews down in the Las Vegas paper as one of the great work but hardly known agencies of the state. So that's just a suggestion for PSAs or some kind of advertising for you. But thank you very much for your presentation today. I look forward to being with you some more, Mr. Plain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation, and thank you for responding to my concerns. I really appreciate that. So with that, we will close out agenda item number 9, and we'll move on to agenda item number 10, discussion of solicitation, recommendations, and possible topics to be addressed at future meetings. And I know we were talking about looking at what might be done for the concerns of the people who were presented during public comment about the homeowners insurance and the fires up in the Lake Tahoe area. So certainly let's take a look at that. Are there any others who, Senator Stone?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. A problem that's resonating certainly across the United States and starting to infiltrate, if you will, Nevada is the issue of squatting. It was brought to my attention about a case where a senior citizen couple had a son that was living with them that invited a few people to live in their dwelling unit, and when they were asked to leave, they said no, that they're not going to leave, and they actually threatened the lives of one of the senior citizens, that if she called the police on them, that she would be killed. So the lady was ultimately arrested, and unfortunately she bailed out the next day, and she went back into the unit, and the landlord successfully tried to have them removed, and the police said it becomes a civil matter, it's no longer a criminal matter. And so it would be nice if we could hear from our police organizations about the issue of squatting, maybe get a representative from the apartment association to see what the incidence is here in Nevada, what kind of compassionate services can we offer those people that are squatting that ultimately are going to get evicted, and where can we place them? Because we certainly don't want to exacerbate our homeless problem here that we have growing here in Nevada. But squatting is an unfortunate issue that can become violent, and unfortunately some senior citizens are really the targets, and I know that's one of your top priorities, Chair, is our senior citizen population that are always friendly and wanting to offer a helping hand, and sometimes they get taken advantage of. So I hope that we can maybe invite some professionals to come in and talk to us about that.
I think that's a good idea, but for the portfolio for this committee, that seems like it's one better suited for judice. If we're talking about statutes, we did deal some with the eviction process the last time, but that's different than what we're talking about here. But I think it's a good topic. Unfortunately, I do think that it's outside of our portfolio. I'll check and see, but I think it's outside of our portfolio.
Okay. Well, it has a nexus to evictions because ultimately they had to evict.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying
the senior citizens were evicted out of their own homes because of the bad actions.
I understand that. I understand that. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's not legitimate. Yeah. I'm saying you have to get it into there are topics that deal specifically with healthcare, and even though it might have some flavor with licensing, it's still not in our portfolio. Okay. Anyone else? Any other topics? Okay. If you have any additional recommendations, then if you can just make sure that Mr. Megarajo gets that, and we'll try to get it, and we think we have 2 more meetings after this, and at least in the last meeting will be one where we do a work session, but there may be some items that are presented that will be for not only listening but also for action. So if you have some others, then let's take a look at that. Okay? Okay, so the last item on the agenda, let's go to public comment. I don't see anyone here. Don't see anyone up north. Broadcast, do we have anyone on the line?
Thank you, Chair. The public line is open and working, but there are no callers to provide public comment at this time.
Let's do about a couple of minutes and see if anybody might be trying to hit the pound sign. Still no one? Okay. Well, with that said, thank you all for staying with us, and those of you who joined us online, thank you for staying with us. And I think we had a pretty good meeting. It was very informative, at least for me. And with that, unless there are any questions or comments, I will call this meeting to an adjournment. Thank you all. See you next time. We're adjourned.